guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy warns that air traffic controllers are wearing thin as the government shutdown continues. He says the prolonged stalemate is creating long-term risks for the transportation industry. With flight delays and disruptions expected this week, the Senate remains adjourned until tomorrow after failing to pass a spending bill for the 12th time. House Speaker Mike Johnson referred to congressional Democrats as legislative terrorists following news that a pardoned January 6th rioter was arrested for allegedly threatening House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. He appeared on CNN.
No, we're not going to allow Chuck Schumer to play selfish political games and hold the American people hostage. We will not negotiate with legislative terrorists. We're not going to let them do that. We can't. We owe it to the people to get this government operating again.
Johnson tied the threat to a broader culture of political violence, sparking debate over rhetoric and safety in Washington. French police have taken 2 men into custody in connection with the jewel heist at the Louvre Museum in Paris.
French officials say one of the suspects was arrested Saturday evening while trying to leave the country. They estimate the thieves made off with more than $100 million worth of jewels from the museum last weekend. French President Emmanuel Macron calls the robbery an attack on the country's heritage. The Louvre reopened to the public last week. I'm Scott Carr.
Russian President Vladimir Putin claims his military successfully test-launched a nuclear-powered missile dubbed the Flying Chernobyl, or as NATO calls it, Skyfall. Putin says the weapon has unlimited range and can evade missile defenses, although experts doubt its reliability given a history of failed tests. The missile, capable of carrying a thermonuclear warhead, marks one of Russia's most ambitious superweapons as tensions rise globally. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
California's former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger has taken aim at the rise of congressional redistricting efforts across the U.S.
And Schwarzenegger said lawmakers are trying to out-cheat each other instead of working for the American people.
When you think about this, out-cheat each other rather than outperform each other, it's all between Democrats and Republicans, and the ones that are getting left behind are the people.
Schwarzenegger appeared on CNN's State of the Union. The redistricting battle started months ago when Texas leaders redrew maps to favor Republicans, followed by California's efforts to change maps to favor Democrats. Several states have followed suit in an effort to strengthen their position ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. I'm Lisa Carton.
In a shocking case of elder financial abuse, 2 trusting seniors in New York were ripped off by their home health care aides.
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg says Jerona Smith stole $24,000 from 2 New York City women under her care. One victim, who was 70, had advanced dementia, and the other was the 69-year-old who'd hired the woman for daily health care. Bragg says Smith has pleaded guilty, admitting she used the victims' bank accounts and credit cards to make purchases and one of their IDs to open a PayPal account. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
In New Mexico, state officials say nearly 100% of residents tested near Cannon Air Force Base have PFAS, or forever chemicals, in their blood. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Then, well, say it isn't so. Is it possible? Another weekend done gone, just like that. Yes, indeed. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone, welcome to a Monday. How about that? I don't know about the greatest day of the week for you, but trust you had a good weekend. So we kick off a brand new week, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios on a cloudy night outside the Secret Bunker. 51 degrees, not too shabby for this time of year. Yeah, come this time 1 week from now, we will have turned back the clock. Yeah, so technically, we get an extra hour of sleep. But I see locally, here in our region of the country, sun will be setting about 5:30 in the afternoon. Yeah, living in the darkness with the upcoming time change. All right, first things first, though, we'll take a look at our travelers' weather. Now, there are several regions in the country where Mother Nature's going to slow you down. And we're not talking any severe weather, but in many cases we are seeing some pretty heavy downpours, torrential rains. Yeah, northern Alabama, moving into northwest Georgia. A line of fairly heavy rain extending right through western Tennessee, moving into the Nashville area. Yet north of that, some lighter rain extends all the way up into southern Illinois. South side of St. Louis still seeing some rain. Further to the east, eastern Kentucky, southernmost portions of West Virginia, much of western North Carolina, north central South Carolina, scattered shower activity tonight. East coast of Florida, a lot of rain from, let's say, Jacksonville. Got some rain maybe going to be coming in, but rain's extending all the way down into the Daytona, Orlando areas this late Sunday, early Monday morning. Meanwhile, we look out west, some shower activity in western North Dakota, South Dakota, eastern Wyoming. Spotty showers there in parts of Idaho. Higher elevations, indeed seeing some of the frozen precipitation, a little bit of snowfall. That's with the train of storms that are going to continue to come ashore through much of the upcoming week, impacting the Pacific Northwest. Meanwhile, we had rolled into the weekend watching Melissa. There in the Caribbean. Concerns for the lower 48 have pretty much disappeared. Even for southern Florida. But that is not the case for some of the islands, in particular, Jamaica. This past day, meteorologist Noah Bergen, as this storm had rapidly intensified into the weekend, now at Category 4, expected to reach Category 5 strength. Bergen said, wow, unbelievable. My worst fear is coming true. This will be a historic, deadly hurricane for Jamaica. One of the worst natural disasters from a hurricane in a long time. I pray the people on the island are taking the warning seriously. This storm, Melissa, is actually going to challenge the mathematical limit of intensity by Monday. There are real people on the other end of this. All the meteorology aside, let's remember people's lives, businesses, schools, and more are going to be impacted in extreme ways. Jamaica is going to need every bit of humanitarian aid after this that they can get. This is on par or even overperforming the intensity forecast, the eye appearing on satellite. As of this post, it's going to be the first Category 5 hurricane ever known to strike Jamaica. While there is a mathematical limit to how intense this storm can get, the only thing limiting its intensity is itself, meaning the internal process, things like eye wall replacement cycles and other meteorological occurrences of high-end hurricanes, sustained winds of 170-plus miles per hour, a gust of 200-plus are possible at maximum if it continues at this rate. The highest sustained wind speed ever recorded in the Atlantic Basin was 190 miles per hour from Hurricane Allen. That was back in 1980. So, as Melissa slowly churns across the warm waters of the western Atlantic over the upcoming days, hurricane experts continue to sound the alarm to a very dangerous, deadly situation unfolding across the Caribbean. Even as of Saturday afternoon, at least 4 fatalities had already been attributed to Melissa across Haiti and the Dominican Republic, with more rain, wind, and storm surge expected to be unleashed across the Caribbean as this storm gains strength. Conditions are going to rapidly deteriorate in the coming days. So early this week, this storm is going to gradually track in a general northwest fashion across a portion of the western Caribbean. By late Monday, Melissa's track will be influenced by the larger scale pattern of the jet stream, allowing it to curve northward and then shoot northeast as the week goes on, making multiple landfalls as it travels across the northern Caribbean. Melissa strengthened to Category 4 early Sunday morning prior to its approach along the southern coast of Jamaica, anticipated to reach the Category 5 destination early this week. It's going to cross over some of the warmest waters in all the western Atlantic right now, which is going to help fuel further intensification. Between the elevated sea surface temperatures surrounding Jamaica and a decrease in wind shear ahead of the storm, it's a combination for intense strengthening, expected to make landfall at about 9 a.m. Tuesday morning, Eastern Time, along the southern shore of Jamaica, less than 40 miles west of Kingston. Now, they tell us much of Kingston's critical infrastructure is located in low-lying areas that are vulnerable to storm surge. They have a key power plant, airport, a shipping port, a fuel terminal, water treatment plant that all sit near that southern coast. A storm surge of 6 to 10 feet may seriously damage or literally destroy this infrastructure, worsening the immediate impacts and complicating recovery efforts. Near where the storm makes landfall, we could be talking 10 to 15 feet of storm surge. Airports are going to ultimately play a key role in relief operations, given the international response that's going to be needed to deliver emergency supplies and assistance. Norman Manley International Airport in Kingston Harbor on the southeast coast of Jamaica is connected to the island by a narrow stretch of highway. This roadway is facing a rather high risk for damage given the current landfall prediction and projected intensification. Across the western Caribbean, the real impact scale for hurricanes is a 5, the maximum value possible. Current track will also mean a second landfall in eastern Cuba leading up to midweek. Cities and communities along the southeastern tip of Cuba urged to complete preparations as soon as possible as Melissa approaches with wind, rain, and dangerous storm surge along the coast. Rainfall totals there, 12 to 18 inches across this corridor of Cuba, which can result in devastating damage to infrastructure there as well. The prolonged nature of impacts is going to result in entire communities being cut off from aid and support, likely for multiple days. Melissa is expected to remain a powerful hurricane as it tracks through parts of the Bahamas later this week. By that point, it should pick up some forward speed and be pulled out of the Caribbean into the open waters of the Atlantic. Although later on down the road, it is expected to come close enough to Bermuda to bring some impacts there as well. Once Melissa exits the Caribbean, the closer it could eventually move toward the east coast of the U.S., and indirect impacts are anticipated with the assistance of the jet stream and what's going to be a non-tropical storm between the last days of October and the first days of November. So we're going to be looking at maybe a good old-fashioned nor'easter, they tell us, coming into play along the East Coast, just in time for Halloween. Speaking of which, Halloween coming up on Friday. So, they tell us a potential nor'easter forming off the East Coast could bring rain, wind, travel disruptions at the height of Halloween festivities, raising concerns across the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic at a time when millions of families plan outdoor events. We're tracking the conditions that may develop off the eastern seaboard into middle of this week, raising the likelihood of widespread rain and strong winds for Halloween, according to some of the early model indications. And the Weather Channel says this event's still several days out. So some uncertainty remains. Some of the models are split. Some show a strong coastal low-pressure system forming and tracking toward the northeast. Others keep the storm a bit weaker and a bit further offshore. But the timing window is aligned, obviously, with Halloween week. Rain potentially developing on Tuesday, lingering through Friday. NBC News out of Boston reported a strong storm track would likely bring drenching rain and gusty winds across New England. The Weather Channel has similarly warned that even in a weaker scenario, scattered showers appear likely across portions of the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast. In either case, forecasters say this is pretty much not favorable for a dry Halloween. The risk of coastal flooding appears limited due to lower astronomical tides. That outlook could change if the storm strengthens significantly before landfall. But right now, forecasters kind of downplaying the potential for any sort of major tidal damage. But this forecast kind of follows a history of disruptive Halloween storms along the East Coast. 2011, that rare October nor'eastern that dumped heavy, wet snow across 12 states from Maine to West Virginia, bringing down trees, knocking out power to parts of Connecticut for nearly 2 weeks at the time. Officials in a number of towns actually postponed trick-or-treating as a result. Now, there had been other major Halloween storms historically, but all right, prayers for the folks in Jamaica looking to take a direct hit from Melissa as a possibly high-end Category 4, low-end Category 5, which they tell us the difference between the two is not really noticeable per se. It's going to be devastating. 844-844-3388 to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, hello to Philly Dan. Kicking off the brand new week. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Had a big drug bust in Kensington over the weekend. It's about time, right? And go Birds, his Eagles. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. It's the midnight hour. That means Steve somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust in the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. The FR3 antenna is raised. Stick Shit Eliminator power mic is on. Here we go. Overnight drive, hammer down, 48 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Thank you for all the birthday wishes. Yeah, I saw where your Mercedes posted happy birthday to my favorite dinosaur. Yeah, how nice is that? And happy birthday to Always Moving. Maybe we'll hear from her tonight on this greatest day of the week. All right, the scores are in. Is it Grump or Big Ed? Who had the better weekend? All right, stay safe. Watch your six. Are you with me? Hello to Tapeworm, checking in from Grand Forks, North Dakota. We had a windy weekend up here. We're hanging at 51 degrees right now. Marianne in the house saying hello to all the listeners out there. Rubber Duck, home sweet home. I'll be headed off to bed in a bit here. Anyway, the kids got throttled today, 35-13. But somehow, we have a chance next week for another game that could take us to Kansas City. All right, good luck, kids. Hello, Tank. Good morning, Steve. Happy Monday already. Where, oh, where did the weekend go? All right, I guess it's time to put on the rain slicker, tighten up the cinch, dig in the spurs, and hit the trail as we ride out west. 59 with rain here in Memphis. Everybody have a blessed day. Be safe out there. There he is, Cap'n Ron, on this greatest day of the week, but he's still not feeling good. Says he thinks it's a respiratory thing. Anyway, Semper Fi shout out to Knucklebuster and the Donut Man and Go Blue. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 40 degrees with clear skies at this hour. Uncle Chops, Monday. Can't trust that day. Keep the shiny side up and the rubber side down, drivers. See, my Packers send the Steelers packing in the second half. 35-25. Go Pack. 5-1-1 on the season now. And as far as my Cincinnati Bengals are concerned, I watched the first half. I went to bed confident they had this thing in the books. Wake up to find out they blew it. How do you put 38 points on the board? How do you lead by 14 points in the fourth quarter and manage to lose? 39-38, the final score, giving the previously winless New York Jets their first win on the season. Took them 7 games, so that's very disheartening. I'm not exactly sure what happened. I believe the defense just fell apart there in the fourth quarter. You can't play 2-3 quarters. You got to play 4 quarters. Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler, 47 degrees, clear, starlit skies, Walcott, Iowa tonight. Got the powerful chrome-plated cow truck pointed east at a high rate of speed for the Land of Lincoln. Steve, tonight's a very special night. Tonight I have a celebrity who's asked to come on and do the shout-out through my post, and I said, fabulous idea, why not? So, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen of the Overnight Drive Worldwide Tribe, let's welcome Denver Broncos stud quarterback Joe Chapman Nix. Take it away, Bo. Thank you, 2-time. How about a special one-night-only mile-high butt-kicking shout-out to Jerry Jones and his hapless Dulles Cowboys from the home of the AFC West-leading Denver Broncos. Way to go, Lauren.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy warns that air traffic controllers are wearing thin as the government shutdown continues. He says the prolonged stalemate is creating long-term risks for the transportation industry. He appeared on Sunday Morning Futures on Fox News.
So instead of going in the right direction, trying to bring more controllers into the system, I'm going to lose them. This has long-term implications on our ability to make sure we don't have the staffing shortages and our flights are on time.
The Senate remains adjourned until tomorrow after failing to pass a spending bill for the 12th time. ExxonMobil is suing California.
They're challenging 2 state laws that require large companies to publicly disclose their greenhouse gas emissions and climate-related financial risks. Exxon argued that Senate Bills 253 and 261 violate its First Amendment rights by forcing it to serve as a mouthpiece for ideas it disagrees with. They're asking the court to block California from enforcing the laws. I'm Sharon Reardon.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
So, yeah, big weekend. College football. The good, the bad, the ugly. And as I kind of anticipated, there were a total of 7 games that the prognosticator of prognosticators versus the analyst were divided on. And you guys pretty much split them up. I think Ed maybe had one more victory than Grump did. Is my calculations right there, guys? Welcome aboard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Grump.
Yeah, he had he finished up with let's see, he's 64-38 and I'm 61-41. He's 3 games up on me on the win column there.
Yeah, this weekend I had 8 wins, 7 losses. No, what I had, Grump?
Yeah, 8-7 or 8-6. 8-6.
Yeah, 8-6.
Yep. And I
was 7-7.
Yeah, and it was there was some upsets. I know I was upset. Ole Miss and Oklahoma. That was a hell of a good game. I mean, Oklahoma they just didn't get the bats going. You know what I'm saying? They
didn't get a running game.
Yeah, I was like, damn. It was.
If you want to know how you have a 14-point lead and lose a game, you might ask Mississippi State that question, because I don't know how they lost that Texas game.
Oh yeah, that was a. They finished up with 38, and Texas had 45, and
man, they had Texas down. Boy, I thought, Texas getting ready to get a shellacking, and then all of a sudden I look, and man, in overtime, then I guess Arch Manning got hurt. He may not be playing the rest of the year, so that's going to hurt Texas for what remained of their season.
I think Missouri's quarterback got a broke leg.
Yeah, your Missouri quarterback got knocked out. That's going to hurt Missouri.
I'm still upset about that game, man. I don't know why in the hell they don't call pass interference on, in the last 10, 12 seconds of a game, but they will not do it. Hell, before the ball even got there, that dude was up on his back, from Vanderbilt. He was up on that kid's back, and I was like, gee, Merry Christmas. Throw a flag. And what he caught it on the 1-inch line or something like that. He did maintain control of that ball, and they run it out of time. But I was like, my God, that was that they could have easily tied that up, I think, or if they would have called that. But yeah, he was just up on his head, trying to slap the ball down. I was like, my God, man, they won't call him. But anyway, they Vanderbilt won, and that was good, I guess, for Vanderbilt. But you may be seeing Clark Lee out of Vanderbilt moving over to LSU. After that game. I don't know. I've seen.
What? I don't know how you felt, Steve. Did you watch any of the game?
I saw a few games. I did see the Cincinnati game. Grump, thank you for going with me on that.
You're welcome, buddy.
Yeah, there's a hometown cooking there. I got more to say later about Cincinnati. But Texas A&M, out of all the teams, boy, those guys are brutal. Man, they are brutal. And all I know is if they end up, and there's a lot of people think it's going to come down to them in Ohio State for the national championship. And man, Grump, I don't know, buddy. I may get to knock you off that perch, because right now you're holding that like a hammer over my head about Ohio State winning that national championship.
Well, I think it'd be one hell of a game.
Save me. Oh yeah, man. I mean, I just thought A&M just would surprise me. I figured they'd win, but I didn't think they'd just manhandle LSU on their home turf like they did. That was just wild.
I sent out a message. I said Brian Kelly be gone before the next game.
Yeah,
and damn,
all that right.
Yeah, he was.
He got fired today.
Yeah.
Were you aware of that, Steve?
Yeah, I saw that here just a bit ago. Out the door he went. So.
And answer the question. Let's answer this question right now. That was not a set-up thing when that kid from South Carolina didn't tackle that boy from Alabama. That was a strategy call on South Carolina to let that guy score, to give him a chance to get the ball back with enough time left to try to drive back down and tie it back up, or possibly win it with extra point. And you'll see that all the time, just not as blatant as it showed on the guy just not, stepping back.
Yeah, I mean, he put his hands up in the air and backed off. I mean, he could have easily shoved him out of bounds. So that wasn't just letting him have it.
Oh no, because you got to understand that if South Carolina would have fought him and tried to prevent him, it was pretty obvious that Alabama was going to kick a field goal. So the odds was in their favor; they was going to win with a field goal. And South Carolina wouldn't have had a chance to even try to score then, to get back down and try to tie it even with a field goal. They just wouldn't have had enough time.
Okay.
Maybe a couple of Hail Mary passes, and that was it. Where this way, they had enough time on the clock to get the ball back and run about 6 or 7 plays and try to get down to score and retie the game. Did you see that, Grump?
Yeah, I did. That's playing. I think it's kind of playing roulette, and they did. I mean,
right. It's cheesy, but hey, if you want to win bad enough, you got to do what you got to do to win.
Well, I had an argument one time on a pro game. It was when the Chiefs was playing in the Super Bowl. They ran down to I think it was about the 1 yard line and fell on on the ground, and it was when they was playing the Eagles, and caller, you know, one of your old callers there, me and him was talking. He said that was a you know, just chicken crap. You know, he said, you know, why didn't they want to play them? I said, when you're under 2 minutes, you're not playing against another team. You're playing against a damn clock if you're ahead.
Yeah.
You know, there is not a team out there that wouldn't have done that. You know, and some of the strategies, apparently they work or they wouldn't do them. But it's, you know, but the one thing is they're usually not that blatant about it. You know, just stand there like, I ain't going to touch him. Let him go.
Yeah. That was pretty wild that happened, but everybody's, you know, I'm sure it may, I don't know what the over and under was as far as the over and under and the betting people. It could have, you know, it could have had an effect on the, how many points they win by or not, you know, that's possibility, but it was not something they weren't trying to fix the score is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Yeah. They were trying to fix the clock is what they were trying to do. They was trying to leave enough on there to where they could get in position where they could possibly tie it up or go one up on them. And that, you know.
So, you know, those teams, those players, they care less as long as they win, they care less what that score is. So, you know, no. But I seen with that NBA thing why everybody would all of a sudden be up in arms.
Right. That's what I thought.
Yep. And I will tell you this, and if you don't mind, I've got the 12 teams wrote down that I think is going to make the playoffs. And if you'll let me, I want to read them off because I want to get Grump's take on it.
Sure.
And I do have Cincinnati in there, but there's going to be a big question mark there too. So whenever you want to talk about that, I'd like to go down this list of 12 teams that I think is going to make it, and then get Grump's opinion on each one of the teams if we could.
Yep.
Hello?
Go ahead.
Absolutely.
Okay. The 12 teams right now that I think are going to be in the playoffs. One's Ohio State. You agree or disagree, Grump?
Mm-hmm.
Definitely agree.
All right, Indiana.
I agree with that.
Texas A&M.
Definitely.
Ole Miss.
Yeah.
Miami.
Yeah, I'm kind of in there about Miami, but I think they can pull it out.
They've only got one loss.
Yeah.
And Georgia Tech.
Yeah, Georgia Tech's good. Yeah, they're doing phenomenal this year.
BYU.
Yeah.
And then Memphis. That's a possibility.
Yeah, Memphis. I'm not sure about Memphis though.
Right.
I think Vanderbilt could possibly be in there.
Well, see, I got Vanderbilt down there too. Okay. After Memphis, I have BYU. I've got Cincinnati. Now, these last four possibilities: Cincinnati. Looking at the remaining schedule, and they shouldn't let the Utah throttle and Colorado scare them. That's going to be another tough test for them, but I think Cincinnati can take Utah.
Oh, yeah.
Where Cincinnati's going to run into a roadblock, because then they're going to have TCU, and I think Arizona after Utah. They're going to have to play BYU. They got to play them. And then I would think to turn around in the Big 12 championship, based on their record, either BYU lose or Cincinnati loses, they'll have to play for the Big 12 championship. So in other words, they're going to have to play twice. All right? Based on what I'm seeing. Yeah. So if Cincinnati, let's say they lose to BYU in the regular, and then turn around and beat them in the Big 12 championship. But what the Cincinnati can't afford to do go ahead and let's say they beat them in the regular and turn around and get throttled in the Big 12 championship. They cannot afford to lose but 20 or 30 points, because if they do, that's going to open the door for your Vanderbilt. Then I got Alabama and then Notre Dame.
Yeah.
That's 12
I'll tell you what, they're putting up some numbers now. You know, that one loss of theirs, that damn sure got them fired up. Notre Dame has always been I thought from the very beginning a contender. They lost what they lose to, I think, is what they've lost so far. They're 5-2.
Yeah, if they don't lose no more, I think they could get in.
They're a game down, so they're 5-1, I think, is what they are. But Georgia Tech, you know, I think, you know, for the ACC, I think Georgia Tech, you know, they're definitely a contender. But you know, I think they're about the best ACC team out there. You know, I think they won't have any problem with SMU. And then when you look at like South Florida, you know, that's another coach that may be on the chopping block there if they, you know, screw up again. But I don't know. I think you got some good picks there. I really do. I think I think what I would say what it's going to come down to is either going to be Texas A&M and Ohio State, or it's going to be Ohio State and BYU. I'd say that's going to be the two teams. Now, I don't know. It might be Cincinnati. Cincinnati is they're just doing everything right, and if anything happens, you know, that tank they call a quarterback over there in BYU. What's his name? That something I can't remember his damn name now. But if he was to get hurt or something, like, he's done. I mean, that team, I don't think he scored. You know, he's got the most rushing yards and every damn thing. I mean, he's just like, you know, just give me the ball and get out of my way. I'll throw it or I'll run with it. Don't make it down to me. And that's the way he's been doing. I mean, he's got what number has he got there? 45 or something like that's his number. He wanted a fullback number, you know, to be a quarterback. So yeah, he's doing it right. So, who do you think they're going to pick for coach on LSU, Ed?
I would be surprised if they didn't go with Jimbo Fisher, because they just want to get back in it.
Really?
Yeah. They're not going to invite Algerson back.
I know they've had talks before with Sumrall, you know, from Tulane, John Sumrall, and I think they were kind of looking at Clark Lee too. And my thoughts were they wanted to bring talent with them. They were going to try at one time, I think, to get Matt Rule out of Nebraska to come back down. You know, come down there. He's been all over the board. You know, from pro coach to, you know, all over the place. I mean, he would love, I think, to get back in the SEC. And it wouldn't surprise me a damn bit if he didn't bring, you know, a couple of players with him. You know, they do need a decent quarterback, you know, a good quarterback, and that Dylan Raiola, he's a damn good quarterback. He, you know, he's versatile. He can run. He can throw. He can do pretty much whatever. And they got Luke Lindenmeyer, I believe is his name. That big kid that he's a tight end they have there for Nebraska. He's scored a couple of touchdowns. I think he's a junior now. And but I think he'd also, you know, if asked, he would transfer down to LSU, because he could be about anything too. He could be a damn fullback. He's a big guy. He's 240, I think, is what that kid is. That's, you know, he's just a hoss. So I think it's going to be kind of interesting to see what's going to happen here pretty quick, you know. And I don't think
whoever they get to coach, because Brian Kelly was not a fit. He was just not a fit. I mean, and I say this respectfully, pure respect. But when you're dealing with a bunch of Cajun coon asses, man, you better be able to identify with them and communicate with them, because that's what you're dealing with, and the whole fan base, you know. And I say it respectfully, I just call them a bunch of damn Cajun coon asses, man, and they get crazy. And you ever been to an LSU game? Them people are crazy.
Oh yeah, I've been to a few of them. They it gets crazy down there, but you know, they guaranteed him 80% of his salary, so he's looking at 50. I think it's 50. What is it, 54 or 58 million that he's going to put in his pocket to leave with, and you know.
Yeah, he just never was a good fit. he wasn't a good fit from the day one. But I think Jimbo Fisher would be a good fit for LSU.
Probably would. Yeah. It's going to be.
He identified. Go ahead.
I don't think they're done with the firings yet. I think, that offense.
No, there's a couple more that's going to lose their job.
Yeah. And, I think, I still think South Florida, what's his name? Damn, I can't think of his name.
I thought they was in love with that guy.
Well, they got on his ass a couple times because he's, some of his play calls or whatever. I was reading an article there, and it said that he's guaranteed a certain amount of money too. But he was fighting with upper management too about some stuff, and they were about ready to can him then, I guess. But I don't know. They were looking at, like I said, they were looking at Deion Sanders and trying to get him over there, at one time. I don't know if that's going to work out or not.
I nothing against. I like old Deion Sanders, but I don't. He just a showman. I mean, look how bad they got their guts stomped out on them over the weekend. Yeah. That just goes to show that he's not a good recruiter, and that's my opinion. He brought his boys, and his boys had a couple of friends that were pretty good players. And that's it. That's all his recruiting is. And so I don't see a whole lot of good players flocking to want to play for Deion.
Something else that wouldn't surprise me is if they try to get some of the, some of these offensive coordinators and maybe, assistant coaches and stuff like that out of the pro going, heading down to LSU. They and a couple other places, because they're, they're wanting to move up too. I mean, hell, look at the Harbaugh. Look at Harbaugh. He's, look at the job he's done. And I don't know, man. This is like I said, I think there's going to be a lot more coaches, find their way to the door here pretty soon. I don't know, but that was kind of,
when you listen to them talk, they're firing Brian Kelly because he hadn't brought them a championship.
Yeah.
And if that's the way these schools are going to be, that we get in 2-3 years, we got to have a championship. Hey, boys, you're just the carousel of coaching ain't never going to stop. No. So it's like I said, they need to give these guys 7 years. Do I think that Kelly could have got LSU in that upper echelon? No, I don't. But let's look at Elko, Texas A&M. He's only been there 2 years.
Yeah.
And look where he's got them. So it's a roll of the dice. A lot of us.
I think Kelly's on I think he's on his. This is his 3rd year of a 10-year contract. I think that's what it was. That's
it was his 4th year.
I'm looking at a chart that says Brian Kelly will now make $26,000 per day from LSU for the next 6 years. He's going to the bank.
Man,
that's what it breaks down to. They've got it broke down 31 cents per second, 18.46 an hour or per minute. 1,107 per hour, 26,500 a day for the next 6 years.
Gee, Merry Christmas. That's a lot of jack. Damn.
But look, Brian Kelly started there at Cincinnati. You know, then he moved from Cincinnati up to Notre Dame. He got Notre Dame in a couple of different national championship games. So Brian Kelly was a good coach, but like I say, he just didn't fit in that environment in LSU. That's just a different environment. You just ain't gonna get any old Joe Blow to go in there and make them people comfortable. You just can't. Like I said, that's just a different dang environment. So that's just my opinion down there. You know, Nick Saban, he fit in. Les Miles fit in. Ed Ogregan fit in. And each one of those coaches brought LSU a national championship. So that's why I think Jimbo Fisher would fit in and he could identify them people. Like, I'm not saying that to put them down. I'm just saying they're different folks.
Right. Hey, well, let's pause there. We got a news break. But first, get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tell's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit Tell360.com today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit Tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The government shutdown drags on as Democrats and Republicans continue to blame one another. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says Democrats will not back a GOP spending bill unless it addresses health care concerns. He appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
If Congress doesn't act by the end of this year because of what Republican policies have done in their one big ugly bill, and now they refuse to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits, that impacts working class Americans, middle class Americans, and everyday Americans throughout the country.
The Senate remains adjourned until tomorrow after failing to pass a spending bill for the 12th time. Israel carried out an airstrike in the Gaza Strip on Saturday despite the ceasefire with Hamas.
Israeli military officials say the strike in central Gaza on Saturday targeted a member of a Palestinian militant group who is planning an attack on Israeli troops. Officials with Hamas have released a statement saying the Israeli claim was a mere fallacious allegation. Both Israel and Hamas have accused each other of violating the U.S.-backed ceasefire. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Former Vice President Kamala Harris is leaving the door open for a possible presidential bid in 2028.
Harris teased a potential third run for the White House during a weekend interview with the BBC. The former Democratic nominee said, quote, "I am not done," noting she's lived her entire career as a life of service. Harris added that she has yet to make up her mind. I'm Lisa Carton.
New footage shows a mysterious UFO-like aircraft being tested at Lockheed Martin's secretive Skunk Works facility in California. The dark, wing-shaped object could be a next-generation hypersonic plane like the SR-72 Dark Star. Skunk Works' history of top-secret military projects has fueled speculation about advanced technology, and the tests have sparked both intrigue and conspiracy theories. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
A Southern California pastor will spend decades behind bars for sexually assaulting 3 young girls he met at church.
61-year-old Carlos Valdez has been sentenced to 45 years to life in prison after being convicted of multiple sexual assault charges in August. Prosecutors say the crimes happened between 2012 and 2019 while Valdez was a church leader at Iglesia de Dios Ebenezer Church in Santa Ana. One victim was as young as 4 years old. KTLA says he was arrested in 2021 while working as a pastor at another church in Santa Ana. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Congressional Delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton has been scammed out of thousands of dollars.
According to D.C. police, people who said they were part of a cleaning crew charged nearly $4,400 to her credit card for work they did not perform. The police report says multiple suspects posed as HVAC workers and charged Norton for duct and fireplace cleaning. The 88-year-old Norton is a non-voting representative for the district and is serving her 18th term in the U.S. House of Representatives. I'm Jim Forbes.
Walt Disney World has reported 3 deaths in just 10 days, including a 31-year-old woman in an apparent suicide at the Contemporary Resort. 2 men were in their 60s, 1 dead from a medical condition. Since opening in 1971, 68 people have died at the theme park. Authorities are investigating these recent cases. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
only do we get a brand new day underway, a brand new week, kicking things off here as we make our way into a Monday. I don't know about the greatest day of the week, but 27th day of October as we turn the page on the calendar from time zone to time zone. Trust you had a good weekend. But as usual, they go by way too fast, don't they? So here we are, settle in, back to the old grind. All right, welcome back, gentlemen. A little college football action. Yep.
Right.
Yeah, it's
Go ahead, Joe.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Ed.
I was just going to ask, how's your uncle?
He's hanging in there, Ed. It's just it's an amazing. I don't know how he's doing it, but he's fighting.
Good. Okay. Well, you're definitely afraid. So, hello.
Yep.
Hey, Ed, did you mention Georgia in your 12 there? I didn't.
No. No.
I
don't think Georgia's going to get in.
I don't either. I was kind of, I mean, their numbers is all right. I mean, but I just don't think they're going to, I just don't think if it comes to an SEC, showdown between them and Alabama, Alabama's going to beat their butts again.
Yeah.
Alabama's just playing some damn good ball. I mean, they just.
So the thing with SEC is teams that will come out of the SEC right now, like I say, it's going to be Ole Miss and Alabama.
Yeah. Yeah. I think you're right.
That's the team. Now, but like that, the deal with Cincinnati and Vanderbilt could throw a third team in from the SEC. And the possibility that Georgia might, or that's a possibility. But the shoe-ins right now, like say Ohio State, Indiana, Texas A&M, Ole Miss, and I don't know why you're down on Miami, but Miami, BYU, Memphis and Georgia Tech. Yeah, I just don't. I don't see Georgia's gonna need help to get in.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. They, I don't know, they just hadn't been as as impressive as you'd think they are. But I don't know. We'll see. But I think Notre Dame was a good call there. They, that team, man, they play their butts off. It seems like every game they just. Seems like they just get better, I don't know. We'll see. The only ones that I'd differ from, I think, might be Memphis. But Memphis, like I said, their remaining schedule. I was just looking at it. It's not that damn tough, So they're looking pretty good. Like they're gonna take care of.
Well, they earned that win against South Florida.
Yeah.
They did earn it.
Yeah.
They had to come from behind to win it. And South Florida ain't no easy, to me, wasn't no easy team to beat. Because I thought that was their game the whole time.
Yeah. Next week we got Penn State and Ohio State. I'm thinking that's going to be a pretty damn good game. I don't think it's going to be I think Ohio's going to, win without much of a problem, but I think that's going to be a good game. They, I don't know if that team's just shambles right now after that.
Yeah, Fiasco, they're having too much trouble with the defense playing under Jim Knowles' defensive schemes, and that's what hurt Franklin. He was trying, he brought Jim Knowles in just to change that defensive scheme, and those guys just weren't adapting to it. Maybe next year, they would have. But the fan base they was wanting that championship this year because everything pointed at the beginning of the year Penn State to win the national championship.
Yeah.
unfortunately, it ain't going to happen. It's actually not going to happen. So, anyway.
Well, they damn sure talked them up like they were going to. You know, I mean, and you know, they kind of, you know, between that and Texas, you know, they talked that up pretty good.
If their defense would have bought into Jim Knowles' defensive schemes, I'm telling you, I was convinced Penn State was going to win it all this year. But unfortunately, you know, you get caught up in it. And I wasn't basing that on feel good, you know, like you do Missouri. Not that I'm putting you down. That's your weakness. You love Missouri. So,
well, you know, I got to be loyal to them, buddy. that's that one team there that we go with.
Right. Yep.
You get these little boys that are loyal to them teams, and then you can pick them apart if you want to bet them, make some money.
You know,
but anyway,
I would that Missouri Vanderbilt. You know, Missouri they've lost. They've lost two. I mean, between that and Alabama, hell, they you know, that could have either one. I mean, that could have went either way. I'll always pick them. I mean, that's just I don't know about now since they lost their quarterback. We'll see, but
yeah, that's going to hurt.
Strong team, man. They got the defense that. You know, that's, you know, when you look at the allowed points, they've slapped them down. I mean, they've kept it going, but I don't know. They're just a good team, you know, this year. I think, you know, we'll see. I think it hurt them a little bit, but you know, that boy was throwing the ball pretty good, and so we'll see if I don't know if his legs broke or if it's just they put an air cast on it and walked him off the field, I think, but. Whether he's just got a bad spring.
That's what Oklahoma's biggest problem is. They got a good defense. They got a good quarterback. They got a good passing game, but they don't have a good running game. And so the rushing yards is one-sided. So you can pretty well zero in that if Mateer breaks out of that pocket, he's the one that's going to be running. You can prepare for that a whole lot easier than you can if the running game's got maybe two running backs backing Mateer up, but he don't have that backup in the offense. So if they had a decent running game, Oklahoma would be in the mix to be in the playoffs, but unfortunately they don't. So, and then everybody's as good as they've been. All these fan bases they're just out for blood. They want them to run Venables off. Who the hell are you going to find to come in there? And he's done a good job. Okay, so they're not going to get into the playoffs, but they're still playing good football. That's just my opinion. But well, like I say, I might not know it all, but I know my football. So go ahead, bro.
You know, it's kind of hard to believe, though. I mean, the way they're firing coaches and stuff. That, you know, 2 losses and they're out. You know, what the hell do they expect? You know, I mean, it's, you know, what they need 7 wins to get into a bowl position. Is that what it is?
I don't think 6.
Is it 6?
Well, 7 now. It's such a long season.
You know, but I don't know. Like I said, I saw the, you know, kind of the writing on the wall on Brian Kelly. They were going to get rid of him. I mean, he just, you know, you kind of hit it there. He just wasn't a good fit, and he couldn't get along with the, you know, with some of the upper echelon people there. You know, I guess they wanted to pull a Jerry Jones on him. But
with
I don't know.
Brian Kelly losing his job, then you have the Napier losing his job. I look 3 more teams that I'm looking at to about pull the trigger on the coach. It's going to be Florida State, Kentucky, and then still possibility Clemson.
Yeah. Yeah.
Other than that,
yeah, it would surprise the hell out of me if who Clemson plays next week. They play I just saw it here too. Who in the hell do they play next week? I know they're long out of it. I mean, they don't stand a snowball's chance right now.
Yeah, you know, that's the reason you don't hear from Monkey Gouger, Steve.
Clemson, okay.
In the morning.
Boy,
covered up all the mirrors on the house so you can see him cry.
Yeah, he ain't got nothing to say or add to the conversation. Ain't that right, Monkey Gouger, if you're listening? But anyway, well, guys, I'm going to get out of here, and we'll be looking forward to talking to you Thursday. And Grump, I'll visit with you later. Like I said, I don't know it all, but I know football. So right now, I'm winning the picks, but I don't take it lightly, Grump. I figure you're just waiting to go in for the kill. But
I tell you what, like I said, 11 games that I've picked that they've lost in the last 2 minutes by a field goal. Or, just by something. I mean, it
could have won it. One of us could have got our guts ripped out. I thought it was going to be me. But that makes it fun. That makes it fun.
It does.
It does.
All right, guys, we'll all let y'all later.
Thank you, Big Ed.
All right.
Have a good week. All right.
All right, buddy. Well, I'll give you a holler later on.
All right, got lots to talk about here as we get the new week underway. It's a Monday, all right? Hello to Snuffy and Granny. Let's see, we're rolling through St. Louis, Missouri. Hello to Steve and all the old-timers out there. Hello to Jeffrey, checking in from Southern Florida. Bob in Michigan on board. Buckeye Boy, where are we at? Valdosta, Georgia, 69 degrees, sprinkling. Had some light rain this afternoon and early evening at the home 20. Wildcat and the Grands got a little damp at Six Flags. Yeah, some of them left around 6 o'clock when the showers picked up. Anyway, a couple of my contractors who are brothers from Jamaica, where they still have family, are very concerned about them. I'll be driving for about another hour or so on my way to Hollywood, Florida for delivery, and a couple of pickups come Tuesday. All right, have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. Yeah, with the center of this storm still well offshore, the rains, the outer bands have been coming in to southern portions of Jamaica, and they're already experiencing flooding. Some of the latest forecasts are Jamaica could pick up 30 to 40 inches of rain when all is said and done with this storm. I mean, is there enough higher ground for everyone on this island to try to be finding a safe place from the floodwaters? Yeah, of course, the higher you go elevation-wise when it comes to the winds, the wind's stronger further up into the atmosphere. It's 6-1, half dozen to the other, but man, oh man, they are going to need tons of help when this is all said and done. All right, Rubber Duck, let's see. So Kim brought some of her dad's things home, and one prized possession is a bottle of Hot Shot Secrets Everyday Diesel Treatment. Who knew he actually used the best product on the market? Sure enough. Double Trucker, 39 degrees, chilly in Lodi at the Loves tonight. I'll be tuned in later on the way back to Western New York on the home of free speech, Rumble. Let's see, two-time world champion Bull Hauler. You can have a 19-point lead in the fourth quarter and lose big. Signed, the New York Giants. There you go. Let's see, who else we got? Drummer Girl, 47 degrees, northeast Philly this morning. A bit sore from carrying in 4 tons of wood pellets. Yeah, they're safely sitting on the enclosed back porch, but the house will be warm this winter. All right. 844-844-3388. I got the trick-or-treat forecast as Halloween week is upon us. Very interesting developments over the weekend, big-time changes. Yeah, this should bode well for the markets. The Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, this past day, talking about a very substantial framework as far as making some sort of a trade deal with China, which has been a hot topic. A lot of things changing, though. Very interesting developments. More on that ahead. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
So we start with the comments from the Treasury Secretary on Sunday, who said, quote, "We have a very substantial framework with the Chinese vice premier that will avoid 100% U.S. tariffs on Chinese goods and achieve a deferral of China's rare earth export controls." Interviewed on Meet the Press, said the framework reached in Malaysia will allow President Trump and the Chinese Premier Xi Jinping to discuss further trade cooperation later in the week. The agenda would include more balanced U.S.-China trade, Chinese purchases of American soybeans and other agricultural products, and getting the U.S. fentanyl crisis under control. Asked if he anticipated the U.S. would proceed with Trump's threat of 100% tariffs on Chinese goods, Bessent said, "No, I'm not. And I'm also anticipating we will get some kind of a deferral on the rare earth export controls that the Chinese had discussed." Now, he said the final terms would be decided by the two leaders with their meeting later this week. Now, after Malaysia, President Trump's expected in Tokyo today, Monday. The following day, he will meet with Japan's new Prime Minister, Takashi, to which he said he'd heard great things about her, female premier, and hailed the fact that she was an acolyte of the assassinated former premier Shinzo Abe, with whom he had close ties. Takashi said she told President Trump on a phone call Saturday that strengthening the Japan-U.S. alliance is her administration's top priority on the diplomatic and security front. Japan, of course, has escaped the worst of the tariffs that President Trump slapped on countries around the world to end what he calls unfair trade balances, ripping off the U.S. The highlight of the trip is expected to be South Korea, where President Trump will meet with Xi for the first time since his return to office. Due to land in the southern port city of Busan Wednesday, ahead of the Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation Summit, and will meet South Korean President Lee Jae-myung. Thursday, global markets are going to be watching closely to see if the meeting with Xi Jinping can halt the trade war sparked by the tariffs, especially after this recent dispute over Beijing's rare earth curbs. South Korea's reunification minister has said there is considerable chance that President Trump and North Korea's Kim Jong-un will also meet. Those two last met in the demilitarized zone, separating the two during President Trump's first term, as you recall. Kim has said that he would also be open to meeting the U.S. president if Washington drops its demand that Pyongyang give up its nuclear arsenal. I don't see that happening by any means, but yeah, we'll see. It's going to be a very interesting week on the global scale. All right, I'm not exactly sure who put this together, but with all of what I just shared in mind, I said the day America became an empire, while we were watching football and TikTok and YouTube, over the weekend, the United States just executed the greatest economic coup in human history. And he explained this, like I said, very interesting developments, which most of us have probably missed, as we were, in some cases, going to Halloween parties and Major League Baseball, watching the World Series, college football, NFL, NASCAR, and all that good stuff over the weekend. So we'll pause and wait till you catch this coming up. First, don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy warns that air traffic controllers are wearing thin as the government shutdown continues. He says the prolonged stalemate is creating long-term risks for the transportation industry. He appeared on Sunday Morning Futures on Fox News.
So instead of going in the right direction, trying to bring more controllers into the system, I'm going to lose them. This has long-term implications on our ability to make sure we don't have the staffing shortages and our flights are on time.
The Senate remains adjourned until tomorrow after failing to pass a spending bill for the 12th time. ExxonMobil is suing California.
They're challenging two state laws that require large companies to publicly disclose their greenhouse gas emissions and climate-related financial risks. Exxon argued that Senate Bills 253 and 261 violate its First Amendment rights by forcing it to serve as a mouthpiece for ideas it disagrees with. They're asking the court to block California from enforcing the laws. I'm Sharon Reardon.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secrets? affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Right back up where we left off under the heading October 26 of 2025, Sunday, the day America became an empire. What do you mean? Well, while you watched TikTok, the U.S. just executed the greatest economic coup in human history. China controls 80% of rare earth processing. The neurons of every weapon system, smartphone, artificial intelligence server on the planet. One element, neodymium. Without it, F-35s don't fly, Teslas don't move, data centers go dark. President Trump threatened to destroy $300 billion in Chinese exports with 100% tariffs. Beijing responded by threatening to choke the global technology supply chain. Then, something impossible happened. These were the developments over the weekend. October 24, on his first stop, Malaysia signs a mineral pact. October 25, Thailand signs a processing deal. October 26, which I just shared some of the comments from Scott Bessent this past day. The framework has been announced. China blinks. Hidden in the fine print, $13 billion of Australian rare earth processing, Cambodia extraction rights, Japan's 2010 playbook, which cut Chinese dependency some 30%, now deployed across $350 billion in American artificial intelligence infrastructure. The number that ends globalization, it's U.S.-China trade. In 2018, it was $752 billion. 2024, it was $578 billion. That $180 billion didn't vanish. It relocated to nations that bend the knee. Asian trade up 20%. Chinese rare earth market share dropping for the first time in 30 years. American supply chains rerouting in real time while Beijing realizes the trap. Now, here's what they're not telling you. This is not trade negotiation. It's tribute collection. President Trump just converted the world's largest consumer market from a trade partner into a weapon. Every nation now faces a choice. Access to American markets or access to Chinese supply chains. Not both ever again. The $20 billion soybean freeze, first since 2018, isn't retaliation. It's a demonstration that China can inflict pain. America can inflict extinction. It's the pattern that broke reality. 17 times since 2018, we've seen the identical playbook. Announce these apocalyptic tariffs. The markets crater. China retaliates. Then exemptions appear for allies, puts pressure on Beijing. 63% of Chinese goods face maximum tariffs. Allied nations, 4%. Every chaotic threat was a calculated bid. Every impulsive tweet moved supply chains. Every trade war headline masked the systematic dismantling of Chinese technological sovereignty. Well, what happens next? November 1. Xi Jinping will meet President Trump at APEC. The deal's already done. Rare earth access for tariff relief. American boots on Asian rare earth facilities. China gets to save face. America gets the future. Taiwan, artificial intelligence dominance. Technological independence. The end of competitive multipolarity, all bundled into a trade framework the media will call a truce. The truth, he says, globalization did not collapse. It was conquered. Very interesting developments over the weekend. But right on the heels of the $350 billion deal signed with Australia last week, there in Washington, D.C. Rare earths. China on pressure on China. Then, to follow that up just days later, signing the mineral pact with Malaysia, processing deal with Thailand. They're backed into a corner, and they know it. As we've followed for some time now, China's, their economy is struggling. So there you go. What a weekend indeed. Clear lines on a Monday, 844-844-3388. All right, as the frightful festivities ramp up leading up to Halloween, a little bit of trouble brewing for the ghosts and goblins by way of storms in at least two portions of the country. Parties, parades, neighborhood masquerades, the parking lot trunk or treat activities make up the majority of outdoor Halloween activities in the week ahead. The weather will generally cooperate except for portions of the east and the northwest. This storm, forecast to take shape along the Atlantic seaboard, has the potential to evolve beyond just a nuisance rain and breezes, with some ties to a powerful hurricane brewing in the Caribbean, a.k.a. Melissa. A nor'easter may fill the gap between Melissa offshore and colder air and showers in the Midwest. The seeds of the non-tropical part of that storm setup will bring drenching rain and severe thunderstorms to parts of the south central states. We saw some of that this past afternoon and evening. The combination of Melissa tracking offshore, a developing storm, and a blast of cold air arriving could create hazardous conditions from parts of the southeast states early this week to much of the northeast during the middle and latter parts of the week. From now till Wednesday, areas of rain will expand in that zone from Arkansas to Florida, northward into portions of Ohio, Maryland, Delaware, and the Carolinas. Well, seeing as it's Halloween week, we have to use some of our Halloweeny towns. Locations like Batcave and Transylvania County, North Carolina, can expect rounds of rain each day and evening from now till Wednesday, as the stormy pattern slowly takes shape in the southeast during the first part of the week. A long train of storms will continue to affect the coastal areas of the Pacific Northwest. Rounds of rain and wind for lower elevations along the coast of Washington and Oregon. Late week into next weekend. The pattern is more typical of late November to early December. That will bring some snow to the higher elevations of the Cascades. Further south, some locally gusty winds associated with the Santa Ana could make for some difficulties for trick-or-treaters in parts of Southern California from mid to late week. Extra caution advised with open flames, candles, and bonfires. Late in the week, the eastern U.S., this budding nor'easter, chilly air, and perhaps tropical moisture from Melissa offshore will create stormy, hazardous conditions from the mid-Atlantic all the way into New England. The greatest risk for heavy rain with strong winds will be northern New England, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia, Canada on Halloween. However, blustery and showery conditions likely for at least part of that Friday and Friday night in places like Sleepy Hollow, New York, Salem, Massachusetts, and Bad Axe, Michigan. Now, given the amount of cold air that's going to be sweeping in, wind chills are going to drop into the 20s at times. Actual temperatures may dip enough to bring some accumulating snow to some of the higher elevations of the Appalachians. Wind gusts could get strong enough to blow around decorations, pose the risk of falling branches and tree limbs on Halloween from the Great Lakes to the Northeast. Some of the best weather on Halloween will be places like Frankenstein, Missouri, Casper, Wyoming, Tombstone, Arizona, Doomsday, Alabama, with dry, clear conditions in store. Even Death Valley, California, will be ranking high on the best weather list. Anyway, for those holding off on parties or outdoor activities until next weekend, the weather might improve, but it's still going to be blustery and cold in the Midwest and the Northeast. Showers and some wet snow over the interior. Some of the chilliest air of the season so far will even settle as far south as portions of Florida. Meanwhile, the storm train will continue along the northwest coast. All right, Halloween week, here it is. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, Buckeye Boy said, well, Steve, with that news in regards to China, the framework, how's the stock market reacting? All right, within the hour, according to Fortune, stocks signaling another rally Sunday night after the Trump administration negotiated a framework for a trade deal with China that should avoid mutual assured destruction. Treasury Secretary Bessent offering some rough outlines of the agreement. As we mentioned, that include China easing rare earth export restrictions and buying significant amounts of U.S. soybeans in exchange for President Trump removing his threat of adding 100% tariffs on China. President Trump and Xi Jinping scheduled to meet Thursday on the sidelines of a regional economic conference in South Korea, where they will determine the final details of the deal. Futures tied to the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 312 points. S&P 500 futures up 0.75%. NASDAQ futures up 0.91%. Now that would add to Friday's rally that saw fresh record highs. Yield on the 10-year Treasury flat at 4.003%. The dollar down 0.03% against the euro, up 0.16% against the yen. Gold fell to $4,113 per ounce. Oil futures up 0.8% to $61.99 per barrel. Brent crude at $66.44. Wall Street is also looking ahead this week to the Federal Reserve's policy meeting. That'll conclude on Wednesday. Investors overwhelmingly expect another quarter-point rate cut, bringing the benchmark rate to 3.75 to 4%. That's after the consumer price index for September inched up but came in below forecasts. That cleared the way for the Fed to focus more on the maximum employment side of their mandate than the inflation-fighting side. This week is also going to be a very busy week for tech earnings. Growing concerns that the artificial intelligence boom may be starting to resemble a bubble of some sorts. So, a lot of things going to be happening in the week ahead. 844-844-3388. For those still paying attention to NASCAR, Kyle Larson clinching the final spot in the title-deciding round by 7 points over Christopher Bell this past day. Larson qualified ahead of Bell, and the two searched everywhere on the track to outpoint each other and advance. Of course, both Denny Hamlin and Chase Briscoe clinched their championship 4 spots by winning earlier in the semifinal round. And despite having engine issues at Martinsville, they will fight for the Bill France Cup next Sunday, Phoenix Raceway, and that'll be 3 o'clock Eastern Time. Hamlin scored his 6th win of the season earlier in the round, which also counted as a milestone 60th career Cup Series win at Las Vegas Motor Speedway. Fellow Joe Gibbs Racing driver Briscoe punched his ticket winning a week later at Talladega in overtime. In addition to Bell and Blaney, Team Penske's Joey Logano and Hendrick Motorsports' Chase Elliott were also eliminated. So as far as the championship is concerned, the championship 4 ordered by the reset points will now be Chase Briscoe, the number 19 Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota, Denny Hamlin in the number 11 Joe Gibbs Racing Toyota, William Byron in the number 24 Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet, followed by Kyle Larson in the number 5 Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolet. All right, with the Cup Series title field now set across the board, in addition to those 4 racing for the NASCAR Cup Series championship, next weekend, the Xfinity Series, the championship 4, for the race Saturday at 7:30 p.m. Connor Zilsich in the number 88 JR Motorsports Chevrolet, Justin Allgaier in the number 7 JR Motorsports Chevrolet, Jesse Love in the number 2 Richard Childress Racing Chevrolet, Justin Allgaier in the number 1 JR Motorsports Chevrolet. In other words, in the Xfinity Series, a Chevrolet will win the championship because all 4 are in a Chevrolet. Of course, then you got the Craftsman Truck Series Championship. That'll be a race Friday evening at 7:30 p.m. Corey Heim in the number 11 Tricon Garage Toyota. Caden Honeycutt in the number 52 Halmar Friesen Racing Toyota. Ty Majeski in the number 98 ThorSport Racing Ford. Tyler Ankrum in the number 18. McAnally Heigelman Chevrolet. Could be Toyota, could be Ford, could be Chevrolet in the truck series. We shall see. And again, lastly, in the Cup series, it's going to be a Toyota or a Chevrolet, 2 of each. Racing for the championship next weekend. There you go, racing action. All right, coming up, we'll get back to your calls. We'll check in with Philip there in Florida. I'm sure we'll get his take on Melissa and what the poor folks there in Jamaica are going to be facing over the next couple of days. The slow movement of this storm. It's just, you talk about a cataclysmic storm impacting that island nation. That's what they're facing. And then, as we've had so much discussion in recent weeks about the English language proficiency and non-domiciled CDLs, with the Transportation Secretary withholding $40 million from the state of California. I said last week, I made the suggestion, with the continued carnage, another 3 lives lost last week to an illegal in this country from India, also issued a CDL by California. We need to strip the right for California to issue any further CDLs. They've got to get on the playbook. Secretary of Transportation Duffy actually addressed that late last week. More on that coming up in our next hour. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit Tel360.com.
At Tel, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call Tel at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy warns that air traffic controllers are wearing thin as the government shutdown continues. He says the prolonged stalemate is creating long-term risks for the transportation industry. With flight delays and disruptions expected this week, the Senate remains adjourned until tomorrow after failing to pass a spending bill for the 12th time. House Speaker Mike Johnson referred to congressional Democrats as legislative terrorists following news that a pardoned January 6th rioter was arrested for allegedly threatening House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. He appeared on CNN.
No, we're not going to allow Chuck Schumer to play selfish political games and hold the American people hostage. We will not negotiate with legislative terrorists. We're not going to let them do that. We can't. We owe it to the people to get this government operating again.
Johnson tied the threat to a broader culture of political violence, sparking debate over rhetoric and safety in Washington. French police have taken 2 men into custody in connection with the jewel heist at the Louvre Museum in Paris.
French officials say one of the suspects was arrested Saturday evening while trying to leave the country. They estimate the thieves made off with more than $100 million worth of jewels from the museum last weekend. French President Emmanuel Macron calls the robbery an attack on the country's heritage. The Louvre reopened to the public last week. I'm Scott Carr.
Russian President Vladimir Putin claims his military successfully test-launched a nuclear-powered missile dubbed the Flying Chernobyl, or as NATO calls it, Skyfall. Putin says the weapon has unlimited range and can evade missile defenses, although experts doubt its reliability given a history of failed tests. The missile, capable of carrying a thermonuclear warhead, marks one of Russia's most ambitious superweapons as tensions rise globally. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
California's former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger has taken aim at the rise of congressional redistricting efforts across the U.S.
And Schwarzenegger said lawmakers are trying to out-cheat each other instead of working for the American people.
When you think about this, out-cheat each other rather than outperform each other, it's all between Democrats and Republicans, and the ones that are getting left behind are the people.
Schwarzenegger appeared on CNN's State of the Union. The redistricting battle started months ago when Texas leaders redrew maps to favor Republicans, followed by California's efforts to change maps to favor Democrats. Several states have followed suit in an effort to strengthen their position ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. I'm Lisa Carton.
In a shocking case of elder financial abuse, 2 trusting seniors in New York were ripped off by their home health care aides.
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg says Jerona Smith stole $24,000 from 2 New York City women under her care. One victim, who was 70, had advanced dementia, and the other was the 69-year-old who'd hired the woman for daily health care. Bragg says Smith has pleaded guilty, admitting she used the victims' bank accounts and credit cards to make purchases and one of their IDs to open a PayPal account. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
In New Mexico, state officials say nearly 100% of residents tested near Cannon Air Force Base have PFAS, or forever chemicals, in their blood. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, as we get a new week underway, turn the page on the calendar from time zone to time zone, 27th day of October, final week of October. Breaking news as we kick things off this hour. What are the odds of not one but two separate aviation incidents occurring from this same aircraft carrier within an hour's time? Yeah, that's the word that two U.S. Navy aircraft from the USS Nimitz, first a Seahawk helicopter and an FA-18 Super Hornet fighter jet, crashing during separate routine operations over the South China Sea Sunday. All 5 crew members rescued in stable condition as the Navy investigates both incidents. The U.S. Pacific Fleet, the Navy's largest operational command, in a post on X, said about 2:54 p.m. local time, an MH-60R Seahawk helicopter assigned to the Battle Cats of Helicopter Maritime Strike Squadron 73 crashed in the South China Sea while conducting routine operations from the aircraft carrier, the USS Nimitz. Search and rescue teams from Carrier Strike Group 11, operating alongside the Nimitz, quickly launched recovery efforts, safely pulled all 3 helicopter crew from the water. Officials say the personnel were returned to the carrier for medical evaluation, later confirmed to be in stable condition. Roughly 30 minutes after the helicopter incident, an FA-18F Super Hornet from the Nimitz, assigned to the Fighting Redcocks of Strike Fighter Squadron 22, went down in the South China Sea during flight operations. Search and rescue teams again responding swiftly, recovering the jet's 2 crew members who had successfully ejected before the aircraft hit the water. Both were transported back to the Nimitz, reported to be in stable condition. So the U.S. Pacific Fleet, in a statement, said all 5 service members involved are safe and accounted for. A cause of both incidents under investigation. The Navy hasn't released any additional details about what the weather conditions were, possible mechanical issues, or the nature of the training missions being conducted at the time of the crashes. While investigators work to determine what led to the 2 mishaps, operations aboard the USS Nimitz have continued as the carrier remains deployed in the Indo-Pacific region. The Nimitz, the Navy's oldest active aircraft carrier, serving as the centerpiece of Carrier Strike Group 11, which routinely conducts freedom of navigation and maritime security operations in the South China Sea, waters that have become increasingly contested amid rising tensions between the U.S. and China. Now this, as the Nimitz undertakes its final deployment, capping more than 50 years of service since its commissioning in 1975. The carrier was previously involved in Operation Eagle Claw, the failed 1980 mission to rescue American hostages in Tehran. The crash is also coinciding with President Trump's visit to Asia. The president, of course, spent Sunday night in Malaysia, located along the southern edge of the South China Sea, expected to depart for Japan here today, Monday. Again, what are the odds? All right, obviously the investigation is ongoing, but hey, head on down to Florida. Good morning, Philip.
Good morning, buddy. if anybody has time on their hands and they want to Google, check out the background of the guy that aircraft carrier was named after. That's all I'm going to say about that aircraft carrier. And you'll understand the background of that boat, everything that goes on with it and how it's handled. Check out the background of the person that boat's named after.
Okay.
So, Steve, I know I'm going to talk about Melissa. I'm going to leave that kind of toward the end if you don't mind.
Sure.
But I've been doing a lot of research here lately. And some companies, well, I knew about Anduril and another company I just found out about, and I know Pappy's been watching videos on YouTube. He's probably seen this one. There's a company called Shield AI. Have you ever heard of that company?
Does not ring a bell.
Okay, so Anduril and Shield AI, they build AI-guided aircraft. They're basically like a drone, but they're flown by AI. And they're fully autonomous. They have nobody rides in them at all. The company Shield AI has developed one that takes off of a launcher. Do you remember the old V1, Steve, that Germany had years and years ago in World War II, the V1 buzz bomb?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that was the very first version of what we today call as a cruise missile. Okay, this thing that they've built, this VBAT or XBAT, they got two different models of it. They kind of look like one of those old buzz bombs. But here's the thing, folks. This thing is the size of an F-22 or an F-35 fighter, and this thing is crazy what it will do. Not only will it do electronic warfare, which electronic warfare, if you don't know what that is, folks, that's basically when you jam the other guy's signal, so he can't see you. And you also intercept all their signals coming in, and you can get your intel off of it, and you can go after them. Okay? This thing also has the compartments that conceal the weaponry to make it stealth. So your F-35, your F-22, a lot of those planes have the bombs and everything go up inside of it instead of hanging on the outside. Although this one does have capability to hang them on the outside as well. Okay? This thing can stay up forever. It can meet a tanker, be going forever. Now, I do see a trend that's happening, Steve, and I don't know. Maybe it's just me, and I know a lot of people are going to say Phillips the conspiracy theorist. But this could take our fighter air fleet to a drone situation across the board. This aircraft, these two companies are building aircraft that could take us to the next level, and there will not be a human being involved at all. The one aircraft can do the takeoff and landing from the same platform. So picture this, an airplane that does not take off on a runway. It takes off on a launch mount. It comes back to that launch mount. The same fellow that helped Elon develop his rocketry, where it comes back and lands on a barge, is developing this with this airplane. He is on the team that's developing this airplane. So you've got a plane that can be moved anywhere. It can be moved anywhere on a truck and take off of that platform, land back on that platform. So it's pretty big stuff. And I'm telling you, Steve, I think we're going to be slimming down a little bit in our military situation as far as our personnel. We've got a lot of things happening now. Think about the shutdown. Think about what's going on. So, Steve, do you know all the weather forecasters that are working? Now, I'm going to tell you what, I appreciate everybody at NOAA right now a lot more than anybody thinks that we should appreciate them. If you see all these folks on TV, all these guys out there making these weather forecasts, trying to help people with Melissa, right now during this government shutdown, they're not getting paid. Okay? They're doing what they love to do, and they're doing it because they want to help people. Okay? I'm not bringing this on there just to say the government shut down and not paying them. They're doing it because they want to save people's lives. Now, getting on to Melissa. Now, I'm sorry, I'm going to be a little serious on this one. If you live in Jamaica, and I don't care if you live in Monterey, Montego Bay, or Kingston, You need to be where you need to be right now. If you live in Cuba, and especially Guantanamo, west side of the island, you're going to still get tropical storm force winds. You're still going to get a pretty good slug. But if you live on the east side of the island, Santa de Cuba, on any of those places, you need to get ready and you need to be in place now. If you live in the Bahamas and you live south of Nassau, all the way down to Abrams, almost to the Turks and Caicos. And Turks and Caicos, you're going to get tropical storm force winds. You need to be in place too as well. Everybody in those areas need to be in their place right now because you're getting ready to have something on top of you for a long time, and it's going to hurt. It's going to hurt bad. Now, I've been through these things, and we talked about them over the years. But this thing is sitting at almost 150 mile an hour wind when it comes straight into Jamaica. So you're going to have 30 inches of rain, almost 3 foot of rain coming off a mountainside, down a mountain.
Yep.
Taking houses as it comes down, as well as flooding people at the very bottom. All the bays are going to empty and they're going to fill in with everything. It's going to be catastrophic. I'm talking catastrophic, Steve. This is bad. I'm not trying to be automated about this.
Yep.
I'm just merely telling you what I know and what I've experienced.
And when I look at the maps here, the current I guess the models right now are showing this thing coming in as like a Category 5 sometime early Tuesday morning. But it's coming into the western side of Jamaica that's going to pretty much put the entire island on the eastern side, which is the strongest winds, right? Coming in for hours and hours.
Absolutely. You know, the dirty side, and a lot of weather forecasters don't like using that term, believe it or not. But the dirtiest side of the storm is the right side of the storm. It's actually the east side of the storm. The reason being the transitioning. Now, the northeast side is the worst. If you're in that northeast quadrant, which you look at Kingston, Kingston's going to be in that northeast quadrant when it comes in. They're already starting to get feeder bands.
Mm-hmm.
They'll get feeder bands through the day today, and it's going to start getting downhill big time. And this thing is going to stay on them, Steve. It isn't like some of these ones, we talked about Ian and all, these are pretty catastrophic storms. They move really fast. This boy is going to stay down on them for a long time. I mean, it's going to hold. Look at those speeds of it, Steve.
Yep.
This thing has been moving like 1 to 2 miles an hour. When you've got that laying on top of you for 12 to 14 hours, and it's doing the same thing and it's staying in place, it's just tearing stuff apart. I mean, there is no good scenario for this. We are going to be doing a lot of relief for these folks in Jamaica.
Yes.
The Cuba, same way. Cuba's going to be the same way, even though I say it's only going to be a 3. Now think about this. You got something that's 40 to 50,000 feet in the air. That's how high those storm levels, those clouds are. That's how far up it goes. Okay, it's going to hit mountains, and it's not going to break down. It's going to go right across them like it was nothing. And then it's going to get out on the other side between Cuba, and it's going to break down a little bit, and it's going to be a 3. But let me tell you what, folks, I went through a 3 a few years ago called Hurricane Matthew, and I seen it pick a 4,000-pound tree up and sit it on top of another tree and move it 60 feet at 178-mile-an-hour wind. Now, it's not to play with, folks. It's going to hurt you. It's going to hurt bad. Now, yesterday we've been having rain, Steve. Have you seen that? Last night we started getting rain in, and it just rained all night long.
Yep.
We had 5 inches of rain that flooded out Lake and Sumter County in certain places. Now, that's just 5 inches of rain. Think about this. These people are going to get possibly up to 36 inches of rain, if not 40. That's 3 foot, buddy. That's half of an average man. Okay? That's half the size of an average person. So I'm not trying to be animated or anything like that, and I'm not trying to dramatize anything. I'm just letting everybody know, hey, y'all need to be careful. I was glad to see Brother Rambler back preaching yesterday. Did you see that, Steve? Did you watch the service any?
I did not watch. I did see where he was going live at 5 Central, but so did he do a full service or just give kind of an update? Or
He did a full service. I couldn't see it all because I had to go to sleep and go to bed and get some rest. But I saw a major portion of it, and he did really good.
Good.
He wasn't quite, his voice wasn't quite as loud as he usually is, which is fine. I'm good with that. He's doing a great job. He did a very good job last night. And one thing I did was ask for them to pray for the folks in Jamaica, Cuba, and the Bahamas, because they're going to need that. And I was glad to see him back. And by the way, happy birthday, Pappy. I know I told you that already. I told you that numerous times on the Facebook and all the other stuff. But, you know, we need to sit down and think about people, because it's going to be ugly for those folks down there. You know, I know they live on an island and they know what they need to do. They're probably a lot more resilient to it than we are, Steve. And then after the Nassau, or not Nassau, but the Bahamas, we're going to go up to Bermuda. Did you see that, Steve?
Correct.
So Bermuda,
yep.
Them poor folks have been battered big time this year. So even though that we haven't had anything as of yet in Florida, we still have to think about the other folks around the world that encountered this. And it's something that I want to bring in light to everybody. And by the way, I am kind of disappointed. You know, I wasn't a Ford guy forever, but I was a Ford guy for a little bit in my younger times. And I'm kind of disappointed that the Fords are not in the playoffs for the Cup. But you know what? I saw the race yesterday. Ryan did the best he could do. He did what he did. You know, it is what it is. And the Chevys and the Toyotas will prevail. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see who's going to go in. I do see that the point of them trying to do what they've been doing over the years has kind of scaled into two corporations that pretty much dominate NASCAR, other than Penske. And those are the people that are going to be in the final deal. Nothing against Rick Hendrick, nothing against Joe Gibbs. It's just the way it is. So, but I hope everybody has a safe night. Thanks for having me, Steve, and I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, yes, and there is no overstating the impacts Jamaica is looking to face. I'm looking at a satellite image from about 6 hours ago. So the sun had set, and via the satellite imagery, you can see that much of the island where they have electrical power, especially Kingston, very very lit up. The lights are still shining through the thinner clouds of the outer bands, but you see this big black hole. Right there, that's the eye of Melissa. The diurnal cycle is often when these storms rapidly intensify and Category 5 is anticipated somewhere over the next 6 hours or so. And at some point, she's going to make that cruel turn to the north, setting sights directly on the island. This event will have generational impacts, they're saying. It could unleash a humanitarian disaster for the region that we haven't seen in a long time. So thoughts and prayers for all the people. The conditions are going to really start going downhill fast through the day ahead. And they're going to have a long 48 hours ahead of them. And I recall, I can't remember, what was the name of the hurricane that hit Puerto Rico a few years back and just totally, pretty much decimated the entire power grid, the entire island for months and months. They had no power, and I don't think they've ever actually fully recovered from that. But that's kind of what we're going to be seeing with Jamaica. That and so much more. Probably no potable water, no power, and so much more. The devastation, they tell us, could be unfathomable. All right, meanwhile, a couple minutes before a news break. Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy appeared on the Hannity program last Thursday night talking about the non-domiciled CDLs, and he is now suggesting he may actually strip California's ability to issue commercial driver's licenses if they continue to grant them to illegals. Of course, we know last week the latest incident, an illegal driving a tractor-trailer that killed 3 people near Ontario, California, driving under the influence, apparently, of drugs. Now, the Transportation Department accusing California Thursday of ignoring the stricter guidelines for non-citizens applying for CDLs that they issued in September. Duffy says, well, in regards to our rules, I already took $40 million from the state of California. Yeah, I'm doing a quick review of their lack of compliance with our rules. I have the ability, and I'm going to pull almost another $160 million. And then I have the ability to say, listen, if you don't follow any of these rules that keep Americans safe, we're going to revoke your ability to issue a commercial driver's license entirely. We're starting with the deadly August accident there, the U-turn in Florida that left 3 others dead. Duffy announced that he was going to yank that $40 million in federal funds from California. Of course, Gavin Newsom has opposed the Trump administration's crackdown on illegal immigration, including filing lawsuits against the deployment of the National Guard to address riots targeting immigration and customs enforcement operations. All the states have complied but one. That would be California. Gavin Newsom cares more about illegal migrants than he does about the safety of his citizens or the citizens around the country. We use what tools we can. Yeah, we have $40 million of funding that goes to the state of California. Duffy urged states to revoke improperly issued CDLs in his press release back in September. But California, he said, they've got to get their act together immediately, or I will not hesitate to pull millions more in funding. Lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy warns that air traffic controllers are wearing thin as the government shutdown continues. He says the prolonged stalemate is creating long-term risks for the transportation industry. With flight delays and disruptions expected this week, the Senate remains adjourned until tomorrow after failing to pass a spending bill for the 12th time. House Speaker Mike Johnson referred to congressional Democrats as legislative terrorists following news that a pardoned January 6th rioter was arrested for allegedly threatening House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. He appeared on CNN.
No, we're not going to allow Chuck Schumer to play selfish political games and hold the American people hostage. We will not negotiate with legislative terrorists.
Johnson tied the threat to a broader culture of political violence, sparking debate over rhetoric and safety in Washington. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. a very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855
Transport Enterprise
40.
Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Pick it up there on a Monday, the greatest day of the week. Yeah, right. Yeah, see what horse feathers have going on. Yeah, you're right. It's not your job.
Anyways, yeah, I feel like I'm in a gigantic martini shaker here on the Baltimore Beltway. Shaken, not stirred. Holy cow. Road is getting bad. Anyways, so, yeah. Kind of interesting news there of the whole trade deal and everything with all the minerals and all that. Man, I tell you, talk about a playbook. That's a pretty good sized playbook that Donald Trump is actually working with there. I mean, you got pages that are going from one spot here to another, and nothing's interconnected until it all comes out in the end. And I think as you were saying there, I think it's going to surprise a lot of people, the plan that he's got put together. So he certainly has done well in this term of getting rid of the dead wood that was there when the other administrations that actually worked against him in his first term, and getting people in office to and in positions to actually help him accomplish what needs to be done for our country. And hopefully the things they get done will be wrapped up pretty tight, that the next time the administration changes to the other side, hopefully they won't be able to pull the shoestrings and untie it all.
How many times have we said, while everybody else is playing checkers, President Trump's playing three-dimensional chess?
I was going to say, he's using that chessboard that they had on the Enterprise there, that Spock and them used there with all the different levels on it. Definitely. And I don't know. I think everybody else is playing tiddlywinks. I don't even know if they're playing checkers. But anyways, so you were just talking about Transportation Secretary Duffy and the non-English speaking drivers and, ones that are in the country that aren't supposed to have licenses, that aren't supposed to be in the country and that. I got asked the other day, and this might be another go-around, wouldn't be 100% get everybody, but on some of your reporting, you've mentioned that there's companies that service the ports that were going to have troubles having enough employees because they aren't going to have, licensed drivers to go in the ports to do all the intermodal and container work in that, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So in order to get in the ports, because they're water-based and maintained by the Coast Guard and through the Department of Homeland Security, there's this thing you're supposed to have called a TWIC. You remember the TWIC card there, Your Honor?
Yeah, Transportation Workers Identification Card.
Credential, yes.
Okay.
And so anyways, you get to do this big background check by the federal government and all that and prove that you are who you are and where you're located. Are they handing these things out to the illegals as well? I mean, because if not, they shouldn't be able to go into the ports without their TWIC, without a TWIC. You shouldn't be, because we just had to actually physically show ours the other day because the Coast Guard showed up for an inspection at one of our loading facilities that services water loading onto ships. So it's because we don't do anything with the water, but because they're considered a port, we still have to have the TWIC to use that facility. So is there some way they can get all these people that, number one, apparently, I would think that they shouldn't be able to have a TWIC, and they should have never been issued a TWIC because they should never have been able to pass the background check.
Mm-hmm.
And if they are, then it shouldn't be too hard to figure out who they are. But it's not going to be all the CDL drivers, but it should be a good way to go after a whole bunch more that, besides just using the licenses to try to figure out who they are. I don't know. Just a thought from a truck driver out here,
right.
Just saying, Your Honor. And apparently by the amount of things that happened after we talked about it on this show, I'm thinking somebody in the federal government actually listens to your show, Your Honor. They monitor it, or, AI is, keeping track of everything we say and reporting it back to the White House. But anyways, is there still a White House to report back to? I mean, have they gotten done tearing the whole White House down yet?
All I know is the East Wing's gone. It's gone.
Okay. Well, probably 20-some years ago, I actually delivered two sides. Well, I brought one, and another driver brought one, and I actually had to put both of them through the gates off Pennsylvania Avenue onto the east lawn down there, and they were using it as security for the people that got tours into the White House. So I don't know if they were still currently there at the time, or if they'd already gone away, or if they're doing what they're doing there. I'm sure they had to be moved or removed or done something with it.
Yeah.
But anyways, that was 20 some years ago. I got to do that, but that was kind of a fun deal, putting trailers in the big black metal gates that when you watch all the movies of the presidential limousine and come out of the White House through the gates on the Pennsylvania Avenue, that was the gates I actually got to go through onto the east lawn of the White House. But anyways, that doesn't have anything to do with anything today at all. So what was that on the news there about Disney? Was that Disneyland or Disney World that they've had these deaths on recently?
Orlando, and I mean, I guess the latest was a suicide. In one of the resorts, something. So.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know if Philip might be able to touch on that at all, but I know he's got to be pretty conservative on the way he talks about his employer there.
Correct.
So, but anyways. I don't know, not a lot else going on, so I guess we're just going to watch the storm and see what comes of it there. I guess the question to ask is, we've had these other storms there. You know, we had the big deal down there in North Carolina, Tennessee there with all the flooding down there last year, and, you know, how are those people doing? I mean, is recovery still continuing and reconstruction and you know, over on the west side of Florida there, they had that big flooding there from that one hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
No, was that last year or the year before?
I think last
down
year.
There, Fort Myers way and north of. Yeah, so I mean, those people had 4 or 5 foot of water down there. So, I mean, are they still doing the recovery process, and how are they doing in that? You know, we don't the next news story comes up, and we kind of forget about everything else that happened last week. You know. Or last month or last year. So anyway, just thoughts and questions to throw out there. And anyways, as I say, if there's any way to find out about the TWIC and what the requirements are, that I mean, I knew I didn't have any problem getting it, so I really didn't pay a lot of attention to know if you have to be a legal U.S. citizen or if they hand them out willy-nilly, you know, like Cracker Jacks. But anyways, I guess that's about what we got for you this morning, Your Honor, there. So I guess we root for Junior Motorsports in the Xfinity, do we? Or it's Childress, I guess. 3 out of 4 are Junior, though, right?
Yes, isn't that something? 3 out of 4, yep.
Yep. So apparently they know what they're doing there. And does Junior Motorsports, is he working with Childress or is he working with yeah, what's his name there that he drove for?
Hendrick?
Hendrick, yeah, that's the one I was looking for. Yeah, I didn't know which way he works with, you know, which way they work with their, you know, for engines and Chevrolet and that, if they're working hand in, you know, if they did something with them or with Hendrick, or if they did something with Childress, or if they're able to stand alone. But anyways, I don't know. I'm sure somebody like Brain...
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, I'm sure somebody like Brain Dead or one of them smarter people that know all the stuff about sports can call in and let us know. So, anyways, well, as I say, we'll let you go with that, Your Honor, and we'll listen in. And if anything else happens, maybe we'll call back in the loneliest hour if we find anything great and eventful on a manic Monday.
Yeah, greatest day of the week.
Is that what today is?
Yeah, manic Monday.
That
works. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Let me see. Do we have Chris? Morning, Chris.
Yes, thanks for taking my call. During the first Trump administration, and I can say this because I voted for him 3 times, I took a White House tour, and I was appalled. And this is like the first month that he was in office, and I was appalled at all the things at the White House that have changed under previous presidents that I thought was just so objectionable. They raised the fence. They have these ugly green tents for the press on the North Lawn. The number of guard booths has doubled, and the size of them has doubled. And then under Obama, they put this ugly handicap ramp on the stoop, the front north portico stoop. And I asked the Secret Service guy there, I said, does anybody use it? He says, no, it's just for show.
Mm-hmm.
So they've been uglying up the White House grounds for years. And now with this ballroom, which could be put underground, this is going to be 90,000 square feet, and the White House is 45,000 square feet. It's going to make the White House look like a speck. And the main event on the campus is the White House. And Trump wants everyone to look at his building first. And I think when this thing actually gets built, people are going to look at it and say, wait a minute, this was a mistake. It didn't go through the process or whatever. The Truman balcony was almost invisible. And when it comes to the White House or the National Mall or Washington, D.C. in general, less is more. I objected to the Black Museum on the mall. I think it's tacky. I'm not against blacks. I was against the World War II Memorial. It looks like something Mussolini designed. Wrong place, wrong design. And I'm waiting for people on right-wing radio to say, you know what? This could be a mistake. I support Trump. When it comes to immigration, full disclosure, I am to the right of Pat Buchanan, Ann Coulter, and Stephen Miller. You know, I think what the president's doing, I voted for the border. I didn't vote for a ballroom, which could be put underground. And that would solve the problem. It could have been put under the East Wing. But less is more. It's just how you look at it. And I think the White House is a delicate building. It's 2 stories. You know, Washington didn't want 4 stories. He wanted this very delicate, petite building. And to put this ballroom up next to it that's double the size, I just think it's a mistake. And I'm for Trump, okay? So
I haven't actually seen
that's
any.
Just my opinion.
I have not seen the likes of like an artist conception of what it's gonna look like when it's all said and done.
Check it out. It's online. In fact, he put it up right away, and it's too close to the White House, and it's double the size. And I think that this is a mistake, and it should have gone through some sort of process. You know, they say to change your front door in Georgetown, you have to go through all this red tape, and that's good. That's why Georgetown looks the way it does. But for the White House, it should be a lot. There should be a lot of, where's the National Capital Planning Commission? I mean, if you go to take a tour at the White House, the first ugly thing you see is these trailers behind the Treasury building. And you go through these temporary trailers that have been there for like 40 years. That was supposed to be replaced by the White House Visitor Center, where you would enter down the block and you would take a tunnel underneath and you would come up on an escalator into the White House. It would eliminate all those ugly trailers behind the Treasury building. The White House is our showpiece, and it should be, if you make any changes, there should be a process and hearings. There's a reason for hearings and red tape, because you want to get it right. And I think this is just one thing where, you know, Trump could put it underground and please everybody. He'd get his ballroom and would look beautiful. But, you know, this is just my opinion. Gotcha. I think less is more when it comes to decorating Washington.
Fair enough. Well, Chris, got you down as a first-time caller. That means you're going to get a $60 voucher for Hot Shot Secret products to use on whatever you like. Again, I have not seen the... I have to look that up. What's this going to look like when it's all said and done? All I know is we've shared where president after president after president's made changes. And up until this particular change, I don't remember anyone bitching about a basketball court or a bowling alley or any of the changes over the years. Construction out on the ground that took place. For what it's worth, it is 844-844-3388.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Other industry headlines. Guess it's that time. Earnings being announced. Going to be a bunch of earnings announcements in the week ahead. Some of which will be trucking inclusive as well. Covenant Logistics Group CEO Dave Parker told analysts late last week that currently the trucking market is still mired, in his words, in one of the most interesting times of his 5-decade career. But he believes the prolonged downturn is nearing an inflection point as more of the smaller carriers close under mounting regulatory and insurance pressure. Chattanooga-based Covenant Logistics released their third quarter earnings last Wednesday, then held an earnings call on Thursday. Posting revenue of $296.9 million during the third quarter. Adjusted earnings came out at 44 cents per share, compared to 54 cents in the third quarter of last year. Now, Parker said the exit of small carriers, accelerated by higher insurance costs, enforcement of the English language proficiency requirements, and the crackdown on non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses, is starting to tighten freight capacity in regional markets. Even if the national spot rates haven't responded yet. But he says, I think you're going to see insurance companies not going to insure non-domiciled CDL license holders. California is leading it. Capacity is leaving the market. The truckload segment reported operating income of $9.2 million, down sharply from $23.1 million a year ago, as rising insurance, wages, and maintenance cost weighed on margins. Their freight revenue per total mile in the third quarter increased 5% year over year, but lower utilization drove a decline in overall efficiency. The expedited segment saw freight revenue fall 9% year over year. Parker added that Covenant is seeing compression on margins in its brokerage division as enforcement actions and equipment underutilization ripple through the industry, but said those pressures should help asset carriers more as rates eventually rise. Now, they did say they're holding off on new truck purchases amid uncertainty over tariffs on imported heavy-duty trucks and components, calling the current OEM order boards very slack. Our fleet is very healthy. Our balance sheet remains very, very healthy, and we're going to buy some equipment. It's hard to commit to a number, though, when you don't have pricing. Looking ahead to the American Trucking Association's annual conference this week in San Diego, Parker said that carrier sentiment could echo his cautious optimism. I think you've got motor carriers that are happy with what the government's doing, and I think that's going to be the tone at the ATA conference. Inflation has been bad for 36 to 42 months. Regulation on trucks has been intense, but it's going to be what they call pain before gain. Now, speaking of the ATA, and you got the big conference coming up this week, there was kind of an interesting breakdown from FreightWaves late last week, kind of breaking down how the ATA is not doing a good job of helping the trucking industry, that it's actually been, in some sense, bringing it down. Give you more on that coming up in our next hour as we head up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. Meanwhile, in the state of Washington, government officials in Western Washington pushing for a new law that they're calling the Stupid Motorist Law. After a series of serious bridge strikes last week, the Bullfrog Road Bridge over I-90 in Cle Elum, Washington, seriously damaged after a semi crashed into it. Police say the truck driver, violated his permit, and the bridge is going to have to be completely demolished due to the extent of the damage. They're in the process of tearing it down now. That comes after the reopening of the White River Bridge, damaged in a different incident involving a semi-truck. So officials are calling for more serious consequences for truck drivers who damage bridges like this. More on that coming up as well. Operate under your own authority and choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy warns that air traffic controllers are wearing thin as the government shutdown continues. He says the prolonged stalemate is creating long-term risks for the transportation industry. With flight delays and disruptions expected this week, the Senate remains adjourned until tomorrow after failing to pass a spending bill for the 12th time. House Speaker Mike Johnson referred to congressional Democrats as legislative terrorists following news that following news that a pardoned January 6th rioter was arrested for allegedly threatening House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. He appeared on CNN.
No, we're not going to allow Chuck Schumer to play selfish political games and hold the American people hostage. We will not negotiate with legislative terrorists. We're not going to let them do that. We can't. We owe it to the people to get this government operating again.
Johnson tied the threat to a broader culture of political violence, sparking debate over rhetoric and safety in Washington. French police have taken 2 men into custody in connection with the jewel heist at the Louvre Museum in Paris.
French officials say one of the suspects was arrested Saturday evening while trying to leave the country. They estimate the thieves made off with more than $100 million worth of jewels from the museum last weekend. French President Emmanuel Macron calls the robbery an attack on the country's heritage. The Louvre reopened to the public last week. I'm Scott Carr.
Russian President Vladimir Putin claims his military successfully test-launched a nuclear-powered missile dubbed the Flying Chernobyl, or as NATO calls it, Skyfall. Putin says the weapon has unlimited range and can evade missile defenses, although experts doubt its reliability given a history of failed tests. The missile, capable of carrying a thermonuclear warhead, marks one of Russia's most ambitious superweapons as tensions rise globally. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's Medi-Share. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
California's former Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger has taken aim at the rise of congressional redistricting efforts across the U.S.
And Schwarzenegger said lawmakers are trying to out-cheat each other instead of working for the American people.
When you think about this, out-cheat each other rather than outperform each other, it's all between Democrats and Republicans, and the ones that are getting left behind are the people.
Schwarzenegger appeared on CNN's State of the Union. The redistricting battle started months ago when Texas leaders redrew maps to favor Republicans, followed by California's efforts to change maps to favor Democrats. Several states have followed suit in an effort to strengthen their position ahead of the 2026 midterm elections. I'm Lisa Carton.
In a shocking case of elder financial abuse, 2 trusting seniors in New York were ripped off by their home health care aides.
Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg says Jerona Smith stole $24,000 from 2 New York City women under her care. One victim, who was 70, had advanced dementia, and the other was the 69-year-old who'd hired the woman for daily health care. Bragg says Smith has pleaded guilty, admitting she used the victims' bank accounts and credit cards to make purchases and one of their IDs to open a PayPal account. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
In New Mexico, state officials say nearly 100% of residents tested near Cannon Air Force Base have PFAS, or forever chemicals, in their blood. For USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to Medi-Share to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for Medi-Share is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast, welcome into a Monday. 27th day of October. All right. Well, I'm seeing numerous videos already surfacing, but well before the main event. There in Jamaica, but flooding already occurring with the torrential rains from some of the outer bands. And in some cases, flooding with cars nearly fully submerged. As Philip mentioned last hour, if these forecasts come true and they indeed receive 30, 40 inches of rainfall in a matter of a couple of days, I don't know, will there be a way to describe the intensity or significance of the flooding? All right, Buckwheat, got you coming up here. First, I want to get to Brain Dead. Long time no talk. How we been, Brain Dead?
Yeah. I just had to lay low for a little bit. I won't go into too many specific details, but I heard Horse Feathers ask a question. I figured I'd give him a few answers, Steve. So.
Okay.
Junior Motorsports is kind of like the AAA affiliate for NASCAR, or more than likely Hendrick Motorsports. Hendrick Motorsports gives him all of the support, and Chevrolet gives him all of the factory support. So, I mean, right there, you've already got a winning combination as it is. So, it is kind of surprising to see 3 of the 4 cars being Hendrick cars in the championship coming up this weekend. So, but he has turned out a lot of the good names like Josh Berry, Noah Gragson, Carson Hocevar. I mean, the list can go on and on and on. Now, with the whole NASCAR charter lawsuit, one of the names that's being kicked around is the possible him buying up one of those charters, because you remember at Daytona, him and Mr. Hendrick fielded that one car with I think it was Allmendinger that came in, I think 10th or something like that, if I remember right. I mean, February's been too long ago, and I've slept a couple of times. So, but that's the ongoing rumor, and he has said many times on his podcast that when they first came out with these charters in 2016. NASCAR approached him for one of these charters, and he didn't want to buy into one of these charters, and because he didn't want to get to the Cup level. Even if you're presented with one of these charters, it doesn't mean you have to use it. You can park it for future expansion or whatever. I mean, it's just. I mean, hell, you could even do what they're doing now is leasing it out and selling it out. I mean, it's just. I mean, they're supposedly bringing good money, but what NASCAR is doing right now is just like a bunch of 3-year-olds. I saw an update with the charters that a judge ordered the teams and NASCAR into mediation. Well, here comes mediation date. NASCAR doesn't show up, so the judge literally put a gun to NASCAR's head and said either show up or show up. So when they showed up, there was no meeting. It was either going to be what NASCAR wanted or what NASCAR wanted. There was no compromising. the teams were willing to compromise, and NASCAR got up and left. So this trial is going to be interesting to see coming up about a month away. Can you believe it, Steve?
Wow. Yep.
Yep. But it's going to be interesting to see what happens, to see what the deck is stacked against them, because when they got shot down in federal court, that really sent a signal to the world and to all of us fans or followers that this does not look good for the teams, and they need to really kind of huddle mass and come to what's the word I'm thinking of? Just pray that something actually does happen in their favor, because I do see where the teams are coming from. It was ramrodded down their throat. NASCAR did not want to do any kind of negotiations, any kind of compromise. They kind of broke ranks and broke everybody up and pretty much forced them to sign the deal. But, the field is set for the Cup Series race in Phoenix this weekend. And it's kind of funny, too. It's Hendrick versus Gibbs. Did you see that?
I did, yes. That's pretty impressive.
You couldn't have predicted it anymore, because there for a while, Ryan Blaney looked like he was going to win it until Byron gave him that little bump and run. So it's kind of crazy to see. But the thing though is, Phoenix has always been a Penske track. Penske's pretty much owned the Phoenix race and the championship race, I think, for the last 4 or 5, maybe 6 years. I could be wrong. But they've always done fairly well. So here's going to be the kicker. Is one of the Penske cars going to win that race again this upcoming year? Or will the Toyotas have a bad day? Because in the Martinsville race today, Denny Hamlin only went 50 laps. So I imagine Joe Gibbs and Toyota are going to try to build something bulletproof so that Denny Hamlin can win that championship. And, Steve,
Right.
I'm going to make my prediction right now.
Okay.
I'm going to make my prediction right now. If Denny Hamlin wins the championship, I guarantee you, and I'll put money on this, Lauren Weiss will be over the moon.
Uh-huh.
You will not hear nothing but happiness and joy for the next 364 days about how good Denny Hamlin was as a driver. You will not hear nothing else but that. So, switching gears, literally, we're right here at the World Series time. I pretty much got spot on, except for the Dodgers got into the final series. And, the Blue Jays, too. But it's kind of surreal when you step back and look at the Blue Jays. You remember Vladimir Guerrero Sr.? Do you remember him?
Vaguely.
It's crazy how he played in the 93 World Series, and his son Vladimir Jr. is playing 32 years later in the same World Series. Crazy, isn't it?
Yes.
And it's even more crazier. You have Bo Bichette and Vladimir Jr. that were on the same, I think it was the same single A team that was coming up through the Blue Jay ranks. So there's a lot of great things going on here. There was a collector. I know Ohtani had that 3 home run game in the championship series, I think, with the Brewers. Some collector paid $3 million for that jersey. That's a little bit excessive to me because, Ohtani's still young, and what's to say he makes Hall of Fame status like Ichiro. So how you been, buddy?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, staying busy. I'm making the prediction that I think Denny's actually going to take it after kind of a rough go yesterday. He had engine troubles or something. Like you said, I think they're going to have him ready to roll next weekend.
Yeah, there was about a handful of those Toyotas where the engines went out within the first 100 laps or so around the belt. But real quick, since we were speaking of Halloween coming up this Friday, can you believe it? Halloween's already here again.
Yes.
One of mine and Dingbat's friends was asking us some Halloween costume ideas because they got a big shindig party to go to that Friday night. I said, well, I got the perfect one for you. I got perfect one. They said, okay, what is it? I says, you go up as Lee Greenwood, and she dresses up as Bad Bunny. Bye to me.
All right, good to hear from you there. Brain Dead, it's been a while. So I was wondering, I didn't remember doing anything to make him mad at me, so he wasn't. All right, it is 844-844-3388.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%. Scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, as some may say, the greatest day of the week. I don't know. What do you say, Buckwheat? Greatest day of the week? I don't think so.
Oh, I don't know. Each day is the same, you know. Good morning, Steve. Yeah, I was just curious here. You know, there's trailers that Forest Feathers work so hard to get on the White House grounds. I wonder if they're the same trailers that Chris thinks are an eyesore, you know. Anyhow, but to each his own. But yeah, one of the things I get personally frustrated over, you know, on Facebook. You have all these, I don't know, I guess they're, you know, trying to get people's goat. You know, they're complaining about all these truck drivers that lose their jobs, that they've been here for so many years, and they lose their jobs because they can't speak English. It's like, where's personal accountability? I mean, you've been here for a long time. Why can't you learn to speak the language? You know, and can't they understand that, you know, it's everybody's safety is in mind when, you know, when people can't read the billboards, or, you know, not billboards, but these signs that they put across the highways, you know, giving warnings and stuff out. But, you know, I guess, yeah, I just don't know. I just wish that people would be more conscious of their fellow man and, you know, want the best things for each other and not just pulling their heartstrings. But anyhow, the way it is, I guess. But yeah, about this weekend, we went to that funeral for that 10-year-old child, and you know, it was sort of hard to, you know, see a child. I guess having a funeral for a child is one of the hardest, you know. But yeah, this child had a lot of hardships. But the thing that intrigued me was this child couldn't speak, but he knew sign language. So they had a sign language interpreter doing sign language for the whole service, and I just thought, wow! I just watched her doing all the sign language, and it was like it was over an hour that she was. I mean, she was doing sign language for stuff before the service, and you know, there was a group of people there that couldn't hear, and it's like, wow, her arms must have got tired, you know, with all the motions that she was doing. But I thought she did a pretty good job. But anyhow, it was exposed us to something else that, you know, a lot of people, there are certain people that have to use that for communication. But so yeah, later on that Saturday afternoon, we went up to this Jim Thorpe, Prima Wheat and Ashton Maricart and I. We were there, and we watched the sights, and were able to see the train leaving Jim Thorpe. They had the steam engine there, and you know, and it was very, very intriguing. You know, we didn't plan on doing that, but yeah, and we were out traveling, and well, when you're traveling and you're drinking fluids, you know, you have to go somewhere, and so we found a Dunkin' Donuts there, and the funny thing about it was the men's bathroom was locked. We couldn't get in. I couldn't get in, and I had to use the women's restroom.
Okay.
And there was somebody was talking to Prima Wheat when I came out, and he said, pointed to me, and I asked him, he said, "Oh, you guys are very beautiful." You know, he was sort of making fun of us using the woman's restroom, and hey, when you gotta go, you gotta go, you know. And yeah, it was sort of funny though. That wasn't the only time I had restroom trouble this weekend. On Saturday night when I went to bed and I woke up, well, I'm getting to this old age, and I may have to wake up 2 times a night to, you know, go to the bathroom, and I woke up, and I was fumbling around and trying to find the bathroom in our house, and I ended up in our bedroom closet. I couldn't find the bathroom in the bedroom closet, and then I thought that would be my only trouble. And later on, I had to get up again, and I walked right into the closed bedroom door. And so, yeah, this weekend I was having a little trouble trying to find a restroom there. But anyhow, we survived, and yeah, we're on our way to New York City here again, and you know, we'll keep these people fed up here, and yeah, I don't have much today. And I have one good thing though is my Eagles actually finally played a game that they seemed like they knew what they were doing, you know. So even though the refs did help them a little bit, you know, I'm not sure what Braindead would have said about that, but you know, if he would have watched the game, but you know, I think at least they won. So anyhow, that's about all I have, and I'll speak at you later.
I appreciate you checking in this early Monday. Get your week started. Safe travels rolling there into New York City. Yet another example of, in Florida no less, a semi trying to make a U-turn that ultimately results in fatality. Now, in this case, I don't believe this was an area where that was for like emergency vehicles only. I think the truck driver was legally allowed to do a U-turn, but obviously he didn't know how to get the truck around. Ended up crossing both lanes of traffic at 4:45 in the morning in the darkness, and obviously oncoming traffic could not see the semi across the interstate. So, again, this is a vehicle. In this case, it was a Honda that pretty much struck the right side of the trailer, went pretty much all the way under the trailer. The one individual in the vehicle deceased at the scene, a 28-year-old. Now, the semi appears to be a Publix truck, according to the footage from Sky Fox, driving east on Earlo Bronson Memorial Parkway, known as U.S. Highway 192. In the left turn lane, the driver tried to make the U-turn again, wound up blocking both westbound lanes, which put the semi in the direct path of the Honda Accord. Struck the right side of the truck, ultimately went underneath where it came to a final rest. Truck driver not injured, remained at the scene, but the investigation is ongoing. From the website is Truckers' Lives Matter, a truckers.com group. Under the heading, Stupidity has no claim to any race, color, sex, or ethnicity. Stupid is as stupid does. And again in the state of Washington, where they want to pass legislation known as the Stupid Motorist Law, calling for more serious consequences for truck drivers damaging the likes of bridges in crashes. King County Council members said that the new law would be called the Stupid Motorist Law. He's already written a letter to the State Department of Transportation Secretary stating this isn't just another car accident. We got to stop treating it like another car accident. It's a serious economic harm and a harm to taxpayers. If we don't put something like this in place, it's just going to keep on happening. The governor is clearly frustrated, worked so hard to get the White River Bridge back up and running, and then this dum-dum runs into the Bullfrog Road Bridge. It's not just about an operator or driver making a stupid choice. It's that the damage creates economic wreckage. As I said, they're having to tear down this entire overpass. Don is also urging the DOT to study bridge and overpass crashes to determine what is the root cause of the incidents. Well, stupid drivers, maybe?
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy warns that air traffic controllers are wearing thin as the government shutdown continues. He says the prolonged stalemate is creating long-term risks for the transportation industry. With flight delays and disruptions expected this week, the Senate remains adjourned until tomorrow after failing to pass a spending bill for the 12th time. House Speaker Mike Johnson referred to congressional Democrats as legislative terrorists following news that a pardoned January 6th rioter was arrested for allegedly threatening House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. He appeared on CNN.
No, we're not going to allow Chuck Schumer to play selfish political games and hold the American people hostage. We will not negotiate with legislative terrorists.
Johnson tied the threat to a broader culture of political violence, sparking debate over rhetoric and safety in Washington. From America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into. And that's Metashare. Maybe you've heard joining Medi-Share can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. Medi-Share works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So the question, the American Trucking Association, their constant refusal to ever acknowledge there's not a driver shortage, that there is a shortage of companies willing to properly compensate drivers at many of the big ATA member companies. Has their constant narrative of a driver shortage brought the industry less safety and more carnage? Some are saying that is indeed the case. Yeah, interesting write-up from FreightWaves, which says the American trucking industry is facing unprecedented challenges, marked by a deepening economic crisis and deteriorating highway safety standards. While supply chain disruptions during the COVID pandemic brought attention to the transportation sector, the narrative surrounding these issues has been largely mischaracterized, particularly regarding the nature and extent of the purported truck driver shortage in America. The American Trucking Association constantly promoting the idea of a chronic truck driver shortage, both to Congress and the public. During the height of the COVID pandemic, when supply chains experienced a significant strain, at that time the narrative gained considerable traction. Responding to what was portrayed as an urgent crisis, both state and federal governments implemented policy changes aimed at rapidly expanding the truck driver workforce. Measures included lowering standards for commercial driver's license qualification, relaxing training requirements, easing restrictions on who could obtain licenses. The regulatory changes had far-reaching consequences that extended beyond simply increasing the number of available drivers. The industry witnessed an influx of inadequately trained individuals, many of whom reportedly lacked proper understanding of American road regulations and language proficiency. This situation created a dangerous precedent on highways across the nation. Safety standards deteriorated as inexperienced drivers operating older, poorly maintained vehicles became more and more common on American roads. Reports indicate some of these new entrants regularly exceeded legal driving hour limitations, operating vehicles for 18 to 20 hours a day, almost double the legal permitted duration. Now, the Great Freight Recession has been caused by an endless glut of capacity. What has followed has been described as the Great Freight Recession, characterized as the most severe economic downturn the freight industry's ever experienced. American truck drivers, long considered the backbone of the national supply chain, have seen their livelihoods threatened by the availability of cheaper labor, which poured in unabated despite the worsening freight market conditions. As economic pressures mounted, more carriers began hiring drivers willing to work for lower wages, creating a race to the bottom in terms of both compensation and compliance with regulations. This competitive disadvantage forced even legitimate operators to consider similar practices to avoid bankruptcy, further exacerbating the industry-wide problems. Perhaps most damaging has been the impact on generational trucking businesses, many of which were long-term members of the ATA. Family-owned trucking firms with decades of history and commitment to legal operation have found themselves unable to compete with operators who disregard regulatory requirements. Many of these established businesses have been forced to shut down, unable to maintain profitability while adhering to the safety standards and labor regulations. Others are still around, but barely hanging on. The disappearance of these legitimate operators represents not just a loss of businesses, but the erosion of a culture of professionalism and safety within the industry. Their replacement with operators willing to cut corners have fundamentally altered the landscape in American trucking. The ATA is undermining its own members. The current crisis in the trucking industry can be traced back to a fundamental mischaracterization of market condition. Capacity issues experienced during the COVID were temporary phenomena that could have been addressed through market mechanisms such as increased compensation and better compensation or better incentives for qualified American drivers. Instead, this promotion of a perpetual driver shortage narrative by the ATA have led to policies that have undermined safety standards, destabilized the economic foundation of the industry as a whole. What the trucking sector needs is not simply more drivers, but rather a renewed commitment to fair labor practices and rigorous safety standards that protect both drivers and the public. Very well said. Yeah, the fact of the matter is that, and to this day, they've got their big ATA meeting underway. What do you want to wager we're going to be hearing about driver shortage being one of our top 10 concerns in the industry? I guarantee that's on their list this week when it doesn't exist. Now, as far as the degradation of safety standards, this comes to light as Sean Duffy is battling California. Last week's fatal truck crash could have been prevented if California had complied with federal rules, says Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. The comment serves as just the latest round in the battle between the DOT and California's Governor Gavin Newsom. We know earlier this month, Duffy announced the FMCSA was withholding about $40.7 million from California for not complying with the English proficiency standards. Now, the DOT contends that the fatal crash last week on I-10 could have been prevented if the state had followed the FMCSA's emergency interim final rule regarding the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs. We know the truck driver, Jashanpreet Singh, arrested October 21, driving under the influence of drugs and vehicular manslaughter following the 8-vehicle crash. Plus, Department of Homeland Security and Immigration and Customs Enforcement lodged an immigration detainer for Singh, who had entered the U.S. illegally in 2022. My prayers are with the families of the victims of this tragedy, Duffy says. It would have never happened if Gavin Newsom had followed our rules. California broke the law, and now 3 people are dead, 2 hospitalized. These people deserve justice. There will be consequences, he says. The California State Transportation Agency trying to push back, posting on the social media platform X that the state doesn't decide whether a CDL applicant is eligible. Misinformation alert. The state does not determine commercial driver's license eligibility, they said. The federal government approves and renews all federal employment authorization documents that allow individuals to work and obtain commercial driver's licenses. Also, Newsom has said that California CDL holders possess a fatal crash rate nearly 40% lower than the national average. Well, the DOT comes back, releasing a timeline in an attempt to show California should not have upgraded Singh's CDL. June 27 of this year, California issued Singh, who was 20 years old at the time, an asylum seeker at the time, a restricted non-domiciled CDL. Because he was under 21, a K restriction limited him to intrastate driving. September 26 of this year, the DOT notified California of significant compliance failures following an audit into non-domiciled CDLs. The same day, the FMCSA issued their emergency interim final rule to strengthen standards regarding non-domiciled CDLs. The new standards make asylum seekers ineligible. October 15, literally just a couple weeks ago, Singh turned 21 years old. California's Department of Motor Vehicles removed the K restriction, allowing him to operate in interstate commerce. Less than a week later, Singh was involved in that fatal crash in Ontario, California, again later arrested for driving under the influence and vehicular manslaughter. The DOT has argued that California should have required Singh to return to the Department of Motor Vehicles to have his CDL upgraded. At that time, the DOT said, Singh would have been subject to the emergency rule and found ineligible to retain that non-domiciled CDL due to his status as an asylum seeker. OOIDA supports the efforts to restrict non-domiciled CDLs. They have long argued there have been gaps in the non-domicile program that's allowing unqualified drivers to receive a CDL. OOIDA and truckers across America support the Trump administration's actions to crack down on the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs. For too long, loopholes in this program have allowed unqualified drivers onto our highways, putting professional truckers and the motoring public at risk. This is a major step towards safer roads, greater accountability, and more professional trucking industry. We also support the Non-Domiciled CDL Integrity Act, which would put that interim final rule into law. Although the DOT's non-domiciled rule is in effect, the next president's administration could decide to remove it. Also, a lawsuit's already been filed against the rule. If H.R. 5688 becomes law, there would be a much higher hurdle for those who want to change it. Now, because the policy right now exists as an interim final rule, it is vulnerable to legal challenges. According to Todd Spencer, Congress should act now to make it the permanent law of the land. OOIDA urges Congress pass Representative Rausser's non-domiciled CDL Integrity Act that would make these common-sense road safety reforms the law and protect the integrity of America's licensing system.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello to Gary. Checking in this early Monday. There's Hired Gun. Good morning to all the kids listening to the radio. Hope everybody's staying warm, dry, and safe this morning. No, we do not have a driver shortage. We have a shortage of good truck drivers. And the trucker's a dead dinosaur. Some of us just too stubborn to lay down, but there are very few left. And the ATA has done as much or more damage than Jimmy Carter and his trucking deregulation, which allowed the brokers to run wild and skim all they can get away with. Yes, there is a difference between a truck driver and an old-school trucker. I think Knucklebuster calls the truck driver today steering wheel holders. Right? All right, see what Pup has going on. What's going on, Pup? Morning.
Well, I was going to start my conversation out a little bit different, but that guy is exactly right, Steve. He is exactly right. There's no driver shortage. It's a shortage of people that take pride in the way they drive.
Mm-hmm.
That guy is exactly correct. Back when I started, if you made a mistake, they'd holler at you on the CB. If you made 2 mistakes, they'd follow your butt into a truck stop and you'd get the ever-living crap kicked out of you. But now, I'm not kidding you, Steve. That's the way it ought to be. I mean, these newer guys, like if you're passing a fella and you stay towards the yellow line and he stays towards the white line, everything's fine. But he's got a 53-foot trailer, and if he puts his steering tire on that dotted line thinking he's playing dot to dot, he doesn't realize that 53-foot trailer is over in your lane. So that fellow right there is exactly right. So they just need to go back to the old way of driving and take a little bit of pride in your driving and quit this now, don't get me wrong. I'm not innocent as white driven snow, I will text somebody a short little sentence like okay, 10-4 or something like that. But I always make sure there's nobody around me, nobody in front of me, nothing off to the side of the road. And granted, I just, what I was going to ask you was, did that frost hurt anything down your way?
Not that
weekend?
Not that I'm aware of. I didn't really. I don't think we got a hard frost. I mean, there was a little bit like on the windshield, but I don't think it was a killer frost.
Oh, we had one up here, buddy.
Did you?
I got home. Yeah, I got home Saturday morning and from work, and everything was frosted, and I took a little bit of a nap. And by about noon, everything turned black, and so I just mowed my whole garden down and all three of them, and then tilled all three of them up, and then a couple neighbors come over and said, could you get ours too? And I said, heck yeah. So, but, yeah, that was a killer up here.
Garden is history.
I only lived like about, go ahead, Steve, sorry.
So the garden is history for this year.
Yeah, she's done. Yeah. So, but that fella that wrote you that email or what have you, he is exactly right.
Yep.
And they just need to train me. And I'll tell you what, Steve, like the LTL companies and stuff, they stress safety so much and stuff, and they know they're going to lose a good job if they make a mistake. But it's these other companies, and I've heard other guys call in, and they're exactly right, too. These yahoos that Amazon Prime are hiring,
mm-hmm.
They're like the old Swift and the old J.B. Hunt of years ago. Now, Swift and J.B. Hunt, and they're more intermodal anymore. They're not on the road as much as you used to see them. But those other fellas, they couldn't care less. I mean, actually, we had to kick a couple of them out of one of our terminal one time. We had a brand new terminal, and versus using the restroom like most people do and everything. No, these people that wear towels on their head thought they might throw some feces up on our wall on a brand new terminal.
Wow. Hey, we got to pause there. Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy warns that air traffic controllers are wearing thin as the government shutdown continues. He says the prolonged stalemate is creating long-term risks for the transportation industry. He appeared on Sunday Morning Futures on Fox News.
So instead of going in the right direction, trying to bring more controllers into the system, I'm going to lose them. This has long-term implications on our ability to make sure we don't have the staffing shortages and our flights are on time.
The Senate remains adjourned until tomorrow after failing to pass a spending bill for the 12th time. ExxonMobil is suing California.
They're challenging two state laws that require large companies to publicly disclose their greenhouse gas emissions and climate-related financial risks. Exxon argued that Senate Bills 253 and 261 violate its First Amendment rights by forcing it to serve as a mouthpiece for ideas it disagrees with. They're asking the court to block California from enforcing the laws. I'm Sharon Reardon.
The U.S. is sending its largest aircraft carrier to the Caribbean as strikes on alleged drug boats continue.
The Pentagon says Secretary of War Pete Hegseth ordered the USS Gerald R. Ford to the Caribbean to help, in their words, dismantle transnational criminal organizations and counter narco-terrorism. This after Hegseth on Friday announced the U.S. had carried out a strike on an alleged Tren-Daragua drug boat, killing all 6 people on board. The U.S. has now struck several suspected drug boats. The unilateral strikes have drawn criticism from some U.S. lawmakers as well as presidents of Venezuela and Colombia. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
A Spanish Catholic priest, Father Custodio Ballester, has been acquitted after facing jail time for criticizing radical Islam. The court ruled that his remarks, while offensive to some, did not constitute a hate crime. Ballester and supporters say the ruling is a victory for freedom of expression in the nation of Spain, although prosecutors do plan to appeal that decision. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
A second prominent California Democrat is hinting at a potential run for the White House.
A day after former Vice President Kamala Harris indicated she could possibly run for president again, comes word Governor Gavin Newsom is also weighing his options. In an interview with CBS News, Newsom said this week that he would be lying if he said he wasn't thinking about a presidential bid. When asked if he will give it serious thought after the 2026 midterms, Newsom said he's looking forward to who presents themselves in 2028. I'm Lisa Carton.
A Kentucky YouTuber known as Mr. Crafty Pants has been arrested for allegedly possessing and distributing child pornography. Michael David Booth, age 39, reportedly shared explicit images of children and teens via the app Kick. Authorities have charged him with at least 20 counts and set his bond at $100,000 with strict restrictions barring contact with minors or internet use. Booth has pled not guilty. A penny shortage is affecting retailers nationwide.
You still might be able to get a penny for your thoughts, but they're in short supply at the register. The Treasury Department halted penny production in May, and the U.S. Mint cranked out its last batch of pennies in August. Now a growing number of convenience stores and major chains, including Kroger and Home Depot, report issues. The American Banking Association says about 250 billion pennies are still in circulation, but notes some localized supply issues. I'm Rob Martier.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, final hour underway. Coming up, give you some details on the administration says they have a plan. A plan to help boost the cattle producers. Going to cut some of the red tape. Yeah, we'll tell you what the plan includes. Some of which you might be pleased with. I think you will. First, let me get back to Pup. Thanks for hanging in there, Pup.
Yes, sir. Thank you. As far as that goes, I still think you're better off like you, your son, and since Pappy lives close to you, maybe you guys get together and buy a whole beef and get it packaged up and put it in your freezer. And you'll be way cheaper off on that, and plus better grade of beef.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, that's up to you. But, getting back to that safety deal, I think it would be better off if I know none of us want to really work for the government, but if they would just pick a few guys out that have over 30 years of experience and a safe driving record and be able to go into these companies and say, I want to ride with this guy or I want to ride with that guy, I think you could clean this industry up real quick. And I've got to give kudos. I've never worked for them or anything, but one of the safest, and they're one of the slowest on the road, guys that I've seen out on the road, and is TMC. They've got really nice equipment. Their boys got their tarps on nice and tight, and I've not ever had an incident with one of them guys. But these other yahoos that are going up and down the road, Grump's right about these guys going out and buying cheap semis, and then they'll just, if one of them breaks down, they'll just go throw another one up underneath there. But it's not a driver shortage. It's a thing of driver pride. They just don't take much pride in the way they drive.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's the biggest thing right there. Is you just got to take a little bit of pride in your driving and stuff. So.
Yes, sir.
Other than that, Steve, I was going to ask you, do you still have your cats?
We have two.
Do you? I just got a new kitten here this summer, and my wife says, I think we ought to move him into the house. And I'll tell you what, that little sucker, he's he's earned his keep. I'll just put it that way. I live in an old farmhouse, and I didn't know I had a mouse problem until I got that kitten. But other than that, well, you have a great night, and I'll keep listening.
All righty, Pup, thank you for checking in. All right, so the Department of Agriculture announced their sweeping plan last week to fortify the cattle industry. Now, after the comment from the president about maybe importing Argentinian beef, ranchers' concerns over that, so they stepped back and they issued a 13-page white paper that covers 3 core principles, what they're looking to do to help bring consumer prices down. Number 1, protecting and improving ranching through expanded grazing access, disaster aid, and affordable risk tools for new and veteran producers. Number 2, expanding processing and consumer transparency, including new Product of the USA labeling rules that take effect January 1. Number 3, building demand alongside domestic supply by increasing access to locally raised beef in schools and ensuring that the 2025 to 2030 dietary guidelines emphasize protein and whole foods. The USDA said the national cattle herd is at a 75-year low, while consumer demand for beef has grown 9% over the past decade. Because it takes time to rebuild herds, the department said they're investing to stabilize markets for ranchers over the long term and make beef more affordable. The administration says America's food supply chain is a national security priority. We're committed to ensuring the American people have an affordable source of protein and that American ranchers have a strong economic environment where they continue to operate for generations to come. Now, Rollins said the USDA will expedite regulatory reforms, boost processing capacity, including getting more locally raised beef into schools, and work across the government to fix some of the long-standing common-sense barriers for ranchers like outdated grazing restrictions. The plan calls for the Agriculture and Interior Department to streamline and expand ranchers' abilities to graze on federal lands. It will prioritize grazing on an estimated 24 million acres of vacant allotments across the country. The Bureau of Land Management and the U.S. Forest Service will coordinate with the Department of Agriculture to streamline the permitting and prioritize grazing as a form of wildlife management. The plan also proposes new evidence standards allowing ranchers to be compensated for livestock lost to predators like coyotes and bears. Under the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, the Farm Service Agency's indemnity programs can provide up to 100% of market value for livestock lost to predators. Department of Agriculture will offer up to $2 million in grants and $25 million in guaranteed loans to small meat processors while reducing inspection fees and promoting new grading technology. The plan also removes environmental regulations, saving processors up to $7.8 billion in compliance costs. The Small Business Association administrator said her agency will be cutting burdensome regulations and supplying government-guaranteed loans to support our producers as they work to strengthen the American beef supply. Now, President-elect of the Nebraska Cattlemen tells Nebraska Public Media he welcomes the new financing and insurance opportunities for young producers. estimating the current average age of cattle ranchers in the state of Nebraska is over 60. You're going to see a lot of movement in the next 10 years to where you're going to need more and more of these young producers to step up and in over time. I don't want to call anybody risk averse because they're really not. It's just a lack of access to capital or having enough insurance, some kind of a risk management tool to ensure it doesn't take them down. So he said this plan is a step in the right direction. Well, we need to concentrate our focus and find market-based solutions. And I think that Rollins publication is a good start. I think we can continue to work with them and communicate what works best for our producers here in America. All right, Senor Heatwave, out and about here on a Monday.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Senor. Well, I tell you what, I had posted on your page about, the traffic on 40. Looks like it's truck traffic anyways, being a little shy of being what it was as far as volume goes for semis. And someone called BS on that. I'm like, no, if you travel in the woods that I travel, the routes I go, you'd see that the truck stops are about 3/4 full at night. And the casino parking lots that cater to semis and fuel stops, they're about half. So someone's doing a good job of getting these people off the road. We just need to get more of them gone. And you've seen those pictures of the East Indians holding a sign saying, "We want justice." Well, hell, if you can't read the English language and you've been here umpteen years or however long you've been here, if you didn't take the time to learn English, well, goodbye, so long, farewell. Auf Wiedersehen, goodbye. Did you see where they were memorizing the Cat in the Hat books that they were having them read?
I did not know. Is that what it is? I wonder what they were using for the English. I didn't know if they still had the Dick and Jane books or what.
Well, I think it was Green Eggs and Ham, and they memorized the book. So they went ahead and they changed the book to another Cat in the Hat.
Wow.
So they don't know what in the hell's going on. Well, I tell you what, A&M had a good win. I'm sorry it cost the coach his job, but, it seems like there's been so many mid-season firings that, I don't know if it's
And Senor Heatwave went off into the abyss. Yeah, we'll try him back here. First, we'll get a quick timeout. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100 to get rolling today.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Welcome back. We'll give it a shot. Maybe he was going across the bridge, through the tunnel. Are you with us?
Oh, Senor, yeah, I'm here. Was I fading in and out? What's going on?
You disappeared. Momentarily, yes.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's New Mexico for you. It's probably in the bottom of a hill. All righty. Well, these coaches getting fired mid-season, I feel sorry for them, but, what do they think the coach designate or interim coach is going to do? Fire them up? Arkansas, they got a good offense. They just don't have a defense. A&M surprised me by beating LSU like they did there in the swamp, or whatever the hell they call that football field there at LSU. It was really a good performance. That first half was kind of nail biting, but then after that, the third quarter and the fourth, they really showed that they probably are a good number 3 team in the nation. Indiana, my God, I tell you what, they took care of business in rather fashion. I really think Indiana Signetti, a real good move on their part. So now, not only do they have the basketball fame and whatnot, but I think now they're going to be building a really good football team for the future to come. Mm-hmm. And I don't know how many years that Signetti got signed for, but I really think that was a very good investment. Well, let's see. Looks like y'all's Bengals laid an egg earlier yesterday.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened in the fourth quarter, because I was snoozing at the time, but they blew it somehow.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's all right. Dallas didn't stand a chance. Dallas is one of those teams that it's kind of like the Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Just don't know what in the hell you're getting each Sunday. And, that Dallas Cowboy Nation, it's like I don't really have a whole lot of hope for this team because you never know what's going to happen. They play Washington, beat the living snot out of them. You think, all right, well, maybe they're back. And then here they come around and just crap out on a Sunday. Well, enough of the sports. New Mexico had a pretty good win against their former coach, Bronco Mendenhall. So New Mexico's 5-3, and they're on the verge of becoming bowl eligible for the first time since 2016, which that's a pretty long drought. This damn government shutdown needs to end. They really need to go ahead and just say, you know what, this is the bill we voted for when they were in control, and it's the same bill that's put up there. It's a clean resolution.
Yep.
They're just showing their ass, and they're going to make things difficult and dangerous out here. Of course, those people that have been screaming, "Where's my food? Where's my food stamps? Where's my food stamps? Where's my Section 8?" Well, you know what? If you wouldn't been so damn dependent upon the government, maybe you can get off the chair and get what those things called, a job. Get a job. Get it at McDonald's. Get it cleaning offices. Get it pumping gas. I mean, just get a damn job. It's out there. It may not pay you as much as what the government's giving out, but you got to start somewhere. So just do it. And then now these people screaming at Trump about, oh, he's tearing up the White House and putting in this big old building. We're going to do an investigation on it. Why? It's donations from Trump and the people that want to donate to make the White House better. And I tell you what, the hypocrisy of the left knows no bounds. So, anyways, I also want to clarify something from last week. I didn't mean to say that, a lot of folks don't like me out there. It's just there's a lot of folks out there that don't agree with my assessment of different things. And, and that's fine. But, I'm receptive for other people to call and talk and introducing them to the different folks out here if they don't have their number. And, that's all. That's what you got to do. You just got to get out, be that social butterfly, reach out, take the chance, and, garner some new friends, radio friends. You may never see them, but you'll always have their number. You can talk to them, and that's all I'm out here doing is just enjoying myself, and then after your show, talking to the rest of the drivers and, keeping that camaraderie up and, more importantly, staying awake.
There you go. That's
so
the idea.
With
With that, yes. All right, good to hear from you, Senor Heatwave. Let me see. Late last week, the Danish freight forwarder DSV announcing they're going to divest truckload carrier USA Truck that they acquired earlier this year when it bought the German forwarder and logistics provider DB Schenker. DSV said the USA Truck business is not an optimal fit for their mostly asset-light offering. DSV will report USA Truck's results as discontinued operations during the transition period. The Arkansas-based carrier will continue to operate independently. Current leadership remaining intact, they say. No timeline was given for the sales process. While USA Truck may not fully align with DSV's asset-light business model, these connections are valuable and will continue to have a positive impact at both organizations as we move forward. Schenker acquired USA Truck in 2022 in a transaction that valued the carrier at $435 million, netting shareholders a 118% premium. This is part of the plan to expand trucking services in the U.S. and Canada. USA Truck had 1,900 tractors, 2,100 employees, and a network of terminals across the eastern U.S., generating more than $700 million in revenue at the time. Okay, we'll get our news break here. Grump's going to be checking in. A little bit of trucking, maybe a little politics, all coming up momentarily. For 2 decades, TEL has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and finance options. Learn more today by visiting tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. The government shutdown drags on as Democrats and Republicans continue to blame one another. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries says Democrats will not back a GOP spending bill unless it addresses health care concerns. He appeared on CBS's Face the Nation.
If Congress doesn't act by the end of this year because of what Republican policies have done in their one big ugly bill, and now they refuse to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits.
The Senate remains adjourned until tomorrow after failing to pass a spending bill for the 12th time. Former Vice President Kamala Harris is leaving the door open for a possible presidential bid in 2028.
Harris teased a potential third run for the White House during a weekend interview with the BBC. The former Democratic nominee said, quote, "I am not done," noting she's lived her entire career as a life of service. Harris added that she has yet to make up her mind. I'm Lisa Carton.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com, at 100radioshows.com.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. powered by science.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Shorty, over the weekend, posted a link to the Overnight Drive Outcast page. Haven't had a chance to check out. It's a YouTube video. I'm guessing it's some sort of a commentary, which the headline is Modern Day Pirates of the Caribbean. Venezuelan conflict coming soon. Of course, there's a photograph of an aircraft carrier. Yes, the U.S. military is sending an aircraft carrier to the waters off South America. The announcement made Friday, the latest escalation of military firepower as the Trump administration has unleashed more rapid strikes in recent days against boats carrying drugs. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth ordered the USS Gerald R. Ford and its strike group to deploy to the U.S. Southern Command region to bolster U.S. capacity to detect, monitor, and disrupt illicit actors and activities that compromise the safety and prosperity of the United States, a Pentagon spokesman. Now, the USS Ford, which has 5 destroyers in its strike group, is now deployed to the Mediterranean. One of its destroyers is in the Arabian Sea and another in the Red Sea. As of Friday, the aircraft carrier was in port in Croatia in the Adriatic Sea. Now, they wouldn't say how long it would take for the strike group to arrive in the waters off South America, or if all 5 destroyers would make the journey, but deploying an aircraft carrier is going to surge major additional resources to a region that's already seen an unusually large U.S. military buildup in the waters off of Venezuela. Now, the latest deployment and the quickening pace of the strikes, including one on Friday, raising new speculation and how far the administration may go in operations they say are targeted at drug trafficking, including whether it could try to topple the Venezuelan president, Nicolas Maduro, facing charges of narco-terrorism in the U.S. There's already more than 6,000 sailors and Marines on 8 warships in the region. If the entire USS Ford strike group arrives, that could bring nearly 4,500 more sailors, as well as the 9 squadrons of aircraft assigned to the carrier. Complicating the situation is Hurricane Melissa, which has been nearly stationary in the central Caribbean, which, of course, it has now indeed strengthened into a powerful hurricane. Category 5, I haven't seen the latest update. Category 4, it's very well possibly a 5 at this point in time. And meanwhile, Grump, what's happening? Okay, the computer's taking its own sweet time.
There you are.
There he is. Okay.
Yeah, that'd be quite a few sailors down there.
Yeah.
You know, for a small country like that. You'd think they could fly enough out of Puerto Rico or, somewhere like that to keep them damn narcos with their heads down. But I don't know. That gentleman was talking about getting some of these older drivers and send them into these companies and having them ride with other, young drivers. It wouldn't change a damn thing. It would not change anything. It's no longer about experience and that's driving the driving force on economics here. It's basically it's about the almighty dollar that companies, can keep moving. And when you look at the demographics and stuff of drivers that are coming into this industry, would it surprise you, Steve, if I said that the average young truck driver today is carrying an 86% debt ratio, which pretty much means that he's got 14% of his income is disposable, that he can pretty much buy anything that he wants with, or she wants with that little bit of money. And they're buried in debt. I mean, that's just it creates this atmosphere of training and everything else that people think it's a lack of training, and in many instances it is. Where is it conducive or economically beneficial for a company to keep individuals with trainers for so many weeks? It's not. So they turn them out as quick as they possibly can, get their butts in the seat of a truck, and before long they're out here trying to make their money and pay their bills off and all the rest of the stuff. And that's why they only last 5 years, if that. That's the average longevity of a truck driver today, is about 5 years. The truck drivers that are over 65 years old probably make up about 3% of the industry now. People are retiring and getting out of it. And it's, ever since we went to just-in-time freight, which was born out of the Motor Carrier Act of 1980, we've slowly progressed into this kind of atmosphere that we're in today. Trucking companies are just revolving doors for part-timers. That's all it is. You could ride with 1,000 different people in these trucks and stuff like that. 5 years from now, you're going to be riding with somebody else, if it's not sooner. I mean, they've created this damn atmosphere. That's one reason why they love these immigrant drivers. And government, I don't give a rat's ass who says what. Government has allowed this to happen. This didn't just come about overnight. They've known that they've had immigrant drivers, illegal drivers, in the seats of trucks for years and years and years, but it keeps interstate commerce moving. And one of the things that they look at is that these guys live in their trucks, 90% of them that's here, illegally. They live in their trucks. The ones that come over on a visa damn sure live in their trucks because they're here temporarily, and usually 179 days to 180 days. Then they go back home. They can stay home for a week, and then they can get their visa renewed, and they're right back. Companies will send them home. They live in their trucks. They don't care about anything except work. They're sending money home and stuff like that. But the bad thing about all these immigrant drivers that come over here is they bring them sorry driving habits with them. Where we have standards here. I think we have standards. I just got on a guy's ass back there. I was talking to him on the CB. He was pulling a pup trailer, day cab. Just turns his turn signal on. He's running alongside a car, and then finally he just cuts over on the car. The car goes off the damn side of the road, gets on the brake, and I said, "You got a CB on in that truck?" "Yeah." And I said, "Didn't you see the car there?" "Yeah." And he said, "Didn't he see my damn blinker?" He said, "It's been on for 5 months." I said, "Dude, number one, the guy's legally occupying a lane of traffic. He don't have to give a rat's ass about your turn signal. It's not, you can speed up or slow down or whatever to get over in that other lane." But he was getting off at an exit that was, that he had to get off of. And I was like, damn, I can't believe this. And he said, "Yeah, well, he said, I've been out here 30 years. They'll either move or I'll move them, just like that." And I'm like, and this is part of the problem. That mentality out here. It doesn't matter whether it's we can blame a lot of the accidents and things on these younger drivers. We can blame them on e-logs. We can blame them on every damn thing. But the state of mind that somebody's in a situation like that, that I am so privileged, number one, that I need that lane. If he don't move out of the way, I'm going to move. He had every opportunity to speed up or slow down or whatever to move over safely. But nope, it just come right over on that damn car and have them come out of the way, move out of the way. And you see that a lot, though. You see that a lot. It's. I was talking to a guy one time, and he said, "Yeah, I come off a ramp." He said, "I turned my turn signal on a couple of times. I let it blink a couple of times, and I'm out in traffic. I'm not asking anybody's damn permission if I can merge." And I said, "I wished I was up beside you. We'd see how that worked out. Because I'd be damned if I would move for somebody like that. You got to have some common courtesy somewhere. But people like that's been out here a long time, that somehow believe that just because they drive a truck that there's something special. You're not. You're not. This is a business. Act like you're a professional in that business. And people will start treating you like you're special if you act like you are a professional. But for the most part, some of the shenanigans that we see out here, and Steve, I was having a conversation the other day with a guy, and he's been out. He's driven a truck for over 40 years, 45, I think, something like that. And he brought up that too. He said, these young guys today, they just ain't got it. They don't care, everything. They're out here driving like idiots and stuff. And he said, now the government's on our ass and all that. And I said, now back up here a minute. I said, when you look back 40 years ago, I've been out here 34 years. I said, when you look back that long, was guys taking the little white pills and stuff back in them days? And he goes, oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. He said, yeah, but I remember running 4 or 5 log books. And I said, why is it you think we have the regulations that we have today? Do you bear any kind of responsibility for what's going on today from what happened years ago? Just the stereotyping of truck drivers, that they had this woman in every damn town and they were eating pills like they were nothing and running 4 and 5 log books. A lot of that did happen. It damn sure did. When I started driving a truck, I come off the police department. I couldn't stand being a cop any longer. I like being by myself. I like the atmosphere that the old atmosphere, excuse me, where you could then, go in a truck stop and, you met people, you talked to people, stuff like that. You learned a lot. Well, a lot of that's missing from today, and cell phones are the problem. People are, you can set the truck stop and you can see 10 people sitting there eating dinner. I guarantee you 9 of them's got a headset on while they're chewing on their food, talking on the damn phone. But they're no longer asking questions. They're no longer talking about the industry, and for me, that's moved everything in the wrong direction. Hell, look at Map 21. When we were talking about e-logs and the OIDA and a bunch of it was going around with, especially with DOT, and you remember they were having all the town hall meetings all over the United States.
Yep.
1,200 people showed up. They had a head count of about 1,200 people. On a major change to this industry, about 1,200 people. In the comment section there, when they were doing comments, they had less than 1,700. And that was reported. When you look at the comments that was at these meetings, though, they all asked the same damn questions. Who's going to pay for them? This kind of thing. Am I going to be able to get home? Stupid stuff like that. It's concern that these things cost us money, a hell of a lot more money than what a paper log did. But the questions I guess that should have been asked and it was brought up a time or two was, who are these designed around? Is it easier to teach an immigrant driver, one that doesn't speak English, how to push that damn button over there and click on this and click on that in their language? And when they get up in the damn truck or whatever, when they're going through a scale or something like that, they can flip it back over to, choose the language, English. Yeah, hell, let him see your log or something. Was it easier doing that? Well, yeah, it was. They don't. If you was to take 10 drivers today, Steve, and give them all paper logs and say, fill this out, we're going to pull you off e-logs for a couple of weeks, they'd stand there scratching their freaking heads. Going, I ain't got a clue. Most of these damn companies, like some of these big ATA companies, when the e-log goes down, the truck goes down with it. They park it. Let's get another e-log in here. You know, we're not going to load you, blah, blah, blah going on. And I was talking to a good friend of mine. He just quit a company. And we were on the phone together. Now get this, we were on the phone together. And his telephone is in a special cradle that has a sensor on it that goes through the Qualcomm or whatever the hell it is there. But if he takes that phone out of that cradle, they know about it. It activates the camera, the in-cab camera.
Mm-hmm.
And I was talking to him, and the damn phone, you know, he's over in Indiana, and boom, he hit a few bumps and stuff. And he said, that dang phone just fell out of the cradle. And he said, I guarantee you they're going to call me. And he picked it up. It landed on his cup holder. He picked it up, stuck it back on the cradle, never even leaned down, he said. And we're talking. He goes, up, here they are, I guarantee you. So the company's calling him. And he said, just hang on just a second here. He said, let me merge you in. Don't say anything. So I muted my mic and everything on my deal there, and they merged me in. I'm listening to it. And the guy was like, yeah, he said, you reached down to get your phone. And he said, I didn't reach down to get my phone. It was laying on the cup holder. I picked it up off the cup holder and put it back on that cheap cradle that you guys provide. And he said, well, I'm just going to tell you right now that if you do it again, you're fired. Just like that. You know, we saw it on the camera. And, of course, he's like, well, I'll tell you what. Load me to the yard. You can stick this truck up your backside. I'm not going to play these childish games with you. Here a guy's been driving for damn near 50 years, never had an accident or anything like that, and they're bitching about, you know, him leaning down and getting his phone and putting it back in his cradle.
Right.
Now this is what's going on today, Steve. And why did that come about? So I mean, every other trucking company you see, you know, well, we're putting inward-facing cameras for our liability. Really? You honest to God want that to come out in discovery if you have an accident, what that damn driver was doing right before that accident? You know, I would think that you would want to run from cameras, just have the outward-facing cameras. You know, I mean, your Qualcomm or your PeopleNet or any damn thing else is going to tell if you hit the brakes or not, you know, right prior to the accident, you know, and see what's happening on the outside. But you really want to see what's going on the inside? Maybe you stand there picking his nose. Hell, I don't know. You know, what would happen, but anything at all that a prosecutor or a litigator could use against you or use against that company, they're going to go right after that driver. What was the driver doing?
Well, how much of that is the insurance companies mandating that they have to have driver-facing cameras, or the rates go up?
Oh yeah, I would venture to say probably if you're not self-insured, a lot of it is. Even the self-insured companies are probably going to go like that, just to get a lower bond. You know, and insurance companies driving everything. We've talked about health insurance. Hell, how many people's died because insurance companies won't authorize a certain procedure to be done? You know, look at your car insurance. Hey, you can go for years and years and years, pay thousands of dollars in damn car insurance over the years, have one accident, and they drop you.
Yep.
You know, or you go into a special risk category. It's the biggest scam that ever was. You know, and if insurance companies wasn't profitable, there would be no insurance companies. That's a damn fact. But I don't know, man. I tell you, you know, what are we going to do to change the demographics and change the mindset of people out here on the highway and stuff? How about this? You want people to drive slower? Pay them by the hour. Give them a good, and pay them for every damn hour they're sitting behind that wheel. If it's 14 hours or 11 hours, then fine. If they're working 14 hours, pay them from the time they log on duty until they log off and go to bed. And then give them lay-down pay like Walmart does. Give them $80, $100, or whatever it is for their lay-down pay. Let them know you love them, you know, or once in a while. I mean, companies have set this crap up so much. You know, when you're doing this piecework crap, the more miles you run, the more money you get. But we're going to try to limit like hell the amount of miles you got because of e-logs. You know, if you're sitting in a traffic jam, you're not getting paid. But that clock's it just keeps right on ticking. They created this environment. So we're sitting here going, you know, well, what the hell good is getting paid by the mile? You know, if I'm sitting stuck in traffic for 4 hours and then I got to take a damn break somewhere because my clock just ran out today, I made $130. I'm glad I'm an owner-operator. I've done quite well in my years. I've been owner-operator for, 30 years. My trucks are, paid for, stuff like that. But it's, the being paid by a percentage of the load, and I don't get out here in a hurry. If it gets there. If it don't, that's fine. I've logged 4.5 million miles, no tickets, no accidents, none of that. Keep my equipment up. How hard is that? It ain't that damn hard. But when companies create this environment that just, it just makes it so damn difficult for people to stay in it when you're biting somebody's ass because they're trying to do their job or because they got some stupid phone cradle that broke, and stuff like that. It's of course you're going to have massive turnover rates, and then the next thing you know, they got trucks sitting up there and they're going, well, we got a driver shortage. No, you don't. What you guys need to do is take a stupid pill once in a while and see if it'll get some of this crap, brought to light and knock it off. Maybe you could treat drivers better, pay them better, and create a little better atmosphere for them instead of spending, I'll put satellite in your truck. I did this, I did that. That's to keep your ass in that truck. They're not doing it for their benefit.
So
they're doing it for you.
I asked the question a little bit earlier. The ATA got their big meeting underway, annual convention. I said, what's the likelihood that driver shortage is going to be one of their top 10 topics of discussion this week out there?
I bet it's going to be number one.
Okay.
I bet it's, and I bet it's going to be training, is going to be the next one. How can we train drivers better? Well, you can't just regulate drivers to death, to where they're sitting there like a statue behind the truck, behind the wheel. You're afraid to touch their damn AM, FM radio. Companies today don't even want CBs in their truck. They don't want any kind of distraction whatsoever, but yet they'll put a damn E-log in there. It's blinking at you, screaming at you, doing every damn thing under the sun.
Yeah.
And then you're sitting there looking at that, and then you got 9 million road signs out here on the side of the road that you're trying to read to find out where the hell you need to be at. Everything's a distraction. But if they paid people better, I think everything would be a lot better if they started by the hour. If training included, just letting them know that, hey, you don't have to be on the road 24/7. We get you home more. Turn it into more of a regular job. I think you'd find a better class of driver out here instead of these part-timers. It's just, this is their stopover to their next damn whopper flopper job. That's just the environment that they've created, and it's, and government blames the trucking, the drivers and everybody else, but no, it's they're not writing the regulations. Government is, so that's the way it works, buddy. I don't know. I just thought I'd get that off my chest today.
Well, that's a good place to close it out because we're pretty much right up against the clock as we'll wind things down here on the greatest day of the week. All right, we'll have all the latest. Melissa's supposed to be actually making landfall there in Jamaica sometime Monday night into early Tuesday morning. Latest advisory has it still a Category 4 hurricane. The 2 a.m. advisory said sustained winds are up to 150 miles per hour, and it could strengthen further as we progress through the day. All right, be safe out there. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour Eastern Time tonight for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,